Good morning, BSides Las Vegas. I hope you're as excited to be here as we are. So thank you for attending. Excited to have you back with us this year in person. A few announcements. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto, our gold sponsors, Amazon, Envisium, and PlexTrack. With their support, our sponsors, donors, and volunteers, this event wouldn't be possible. So thank you to all of those that have made this event amazing this year. This talk is being live streamed, so please take a moment to silence your cell phones as a courtesy to our speakers and for those following online. If you have questions, there will be a microphone up here, so please feel free to step forward and ask questions. And then no pictures without speaker's permission. So with that, I will pass it over to Josh.
All right, thank you. Welcome to day 2. This is the Meet the Press fireside chat. We talked about everything's on fire yesterday, or things were flammable, and stuff's on fire. So let's have a fireside chat with some of our favorite journalists. There are a lot more puns in our wedding vows than there will be on stage today. But so a couple things just to frame the day, and then we'll get to introductions for our panelists or our fireside chatters. Yesterday was really about, we started the Cavalry 9 years ago. We wanted to tell people stuff was flammable, that our dependence on software and technology and critical infrastructure was growing faster than our ability to secure it. We were worried about where bits and bytes meet flesh and blood. But we knew, and we told the room, that no one would really listen until there was proof of harm, until we had existence proofs, until people are actually hacking these. It's one thing to do stunt hacking of a car or a medical device. It's another when it manifests harm and could represent a crisis of confidence in the public to trust these connected technologies, and we don't want that. So while any loss of life would be tragic, we realized the failure mode was not merely a loss of life, but any sort of crisis of confidence for people to trust otherwise superior medicine, driverless vehicles, that the light switch would turn the lights on, or that the water was drinkable. And in the last 2 years, in parallel with the global pandemic, we saw successful attacks of the water we drink, the food we put on our table, the oil and gas that fuel our cars, our homes, and our supply chains, the schools our kids attend, the municipalities who run our towns, our cities, our functioning of government, and even timely access to patient care with mortal consequences, as we saw with Kendra's talk yesterday about the CISA COVID task force findings. So we have seen that delays affect patient outcomes and loss of life, and protracted cyber attacks introduce delays sufficient to drive those outcomes. So I think one of the head scratchers for us in the cavalry was, now that people can see on John Oliver on HBO or on, it's Main Street News that you couldn't get gas, so there have been disruptions and there's been hacks. We really thought there'd be more political will and more advanced conversations about what to do about it. And now what we're asking between yesterday and today is, how should the mission of the cavalry change and evolve now that we're not telling people and educating that things are flammable, but now hopefully trying to drive down and minimize risk, a little bit more firefighting, or engaging those underserved by either the private sector or the public sector. And we lovingly call that the cyber poor. So what I really wanted to do is, we've always loved working with our press, and it's always been a difficult thing to talk about future risks and slow moving risks. And if you saw the movie Don't Look Up, today's opening session is to say, how did the world look 9 years ago before there was proof of harm? And how does it look now that we are having mainstream kitchen conversations, to quote Bryson from yesterday, about cyber attacks affecting food, water, shelter, safety, and maybe learn from some of the journalists that have been on this ride for a while, how this room and this community should think differently about pitching stories, making ourselves available, focusing on the public good instead of the private enterprise good, focusing on public safety, human life instead of record count. And we don't have good answers to this, but I've started some conversations with Lily and Joe, and I will let them introduce themselves so we can get into some content. And there are microphones, and if you do ask a question, I'll either have to repeat it for the streaming, because people are watching from their rooms and from the intertubes, or just go up to the mic and you'll be heard yourself. But let's get started on the Meet the Press. Would you like to introduce yourself, Lily?
Hi everyone. I am Lily Hayne Newman. I'm a senior writer at Wired, and I've been on information security, cybersecurity, digital privacy beat for 6 years, and I was a general interest tech reporter before that. So going back to the start of the cavalry, I was definitely writing about adjacent stuff. So it's really, I'm happy to be here, and it's really interesting to think back to that time and sort of reflect on where we are now. I think we don't always have a moment for that type of reflection, and I think it's really productive.
My name's Joe Uchel. I am.
Might have to get a little closer, or pull it.
Sorry about that.
There.
My name's Joe Uchel, and you can hear me now. I am a reporter for SC Media, which is a business-to-business cybersecurity publication. Before that, I was at Axios and started the Codebook newsletter, which I think they're about to bring back. So, hooray! I've been covering cybersecurity as exclusively covering it since just before Sony. So what's that? 2014, 2013, 2015. It's weird that I can get I now date things by news stories. But yeah, since around then, it has changed a lot. I think back in when I was starting out, I could not show up to the office and nobody would know. And now it would be a thing. if the cyber person wasn't there.
Yeah, during our prep, I was trying to say, so I guess this is a good place to go, which is if we try to do a deliberate compare and contrast between 2013 and now, one of the things I pointed out is we had just had the Snowden revelations, and there was probably the worst levels of trust between hackers and government that we were going to see for a while, and quite a few white hat hackers or helpful hackers were pretty angry and looking at maybe going a little gray or a little charcoal colored in their hats, and people were upset, and it was really difficult to say, let's try to be a helping hand to drive safer outcomes with government partnerships. But we also were pretty worried about that. We'd seen some medical device hacking from Barnaby Jack. In fact, he tragically lost his life just before we launched. In fact, he was supposed to be in the room with us. We saw some early car hacking, but it was considered theoretical or stunt hacking at times. And one of the things we told the room was people would have to die first before they're really going to listen to us. And then somebody shouted out, "Why do this then?" And I said, well, we want to have a head start and built the trust and laid the groundwork and the scaffolding so that they turn to us instead of lesser people with lesser motives and lesser ideas, or that we don't have an overreaction like a Cyber Patriot Act or something. But the whole goal here was to maintain the trust of the public. So if you situate yourself in post-Snowden revelations, anger and distrust between government, no FDA regulations, and what did coverage look like, and now, just free associate, I guess.
Well, I was just thinking, we were talking about dating the passage of time with news stories, and that era was really like a data era, I feel like, where like data can be accessed or it exists in troves. Like that was the big concept. Because I'm thinking about, I think it was early 2014, like maybe February or March, that the Target breach was revealed, and like Neiman Marcus, and I don't know, this is feeling very retro in my mind. I'm like, wow, we're back in this era. But I feel like those were some of the big mainstream discussions that year, along with, what you're saying about the Snowden revelations. So it's sort of like a, bulk surveillance collection, corporate data troves. What if people were to access this data like moment, or that was like where people were at in sort of the mainstream, in terms of what the press, I think, was trying to convey to the mainstream audience.
Sorry, I almost did the same thing again. It's strange, like I don't think we quite knew what we were covering yet, because so many of the threats hadn't materialized, so a lot of things were very speculative. But crime was, as Lou said, mostly data breaches, and the nation state kind of level was still very, very driven by, was still very uncertain. Like people didn't understand how attribution was going to work. There was the North Korea thing where people just sort of rejected. I think since then we've seen sort of the rise of news covering every breach and making that the big event, like a breach by breach by breach. And that being the big news story of the day, and not really taking a broader look at it. I think that's sort of dying down, but only because they've been concentrating on single breaches longer. But it seems to be very event-driven now, whereas in the past it was more speculative, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking about, like, we used to cover, I don't know, even thinking, I always, and I'm sure you the same way, like we were always trying to have the most context possible and do smart journalism. Like Joe and I are both trying to like do good reporting and not just go breach to breach or something. But it feels quaint to think back to some of the coverage, like, even 5 years ago or something, stories that Wired readers were super, super interested in, like massive traffic, which not for its own sake, but in terms of who was reading, like the number of people who were reading. I'm thinking about like stories about what's the biggest volumetric DDoS attack that's ever happened. And it would be like, now GitHub was hit with the biggest one, now this was hit with the biggest one, or Cloudflare, whatever. And like people were very interested in reading those stories, and it would cause, you know, maybe outages for a few minutes or an hour, or like the company wanted to talk about it because they didn't have any downtime at all, or like whatever. But it, you know, it's just to say that that was where we were at in terms of the collective conversation of cyber attacks and impacts.
One thing that we don't get to write anymore, and it's for the better, around 2016, and for obvious reasons, there was the rise of the that wasn't hacked news story. Like where there would be a power outage and you'd have to write a news story about how that wasn't hacked, or if
APT Squirrel.
yeah. The
Cyber Squirrel one. Yeah.
I think people are a little bit less on edge that anything could be, anything that went wrong could be hacked. Well, I mean, it isn't really anything that can be wrong. For then, it was really all power grid, and I think that's so. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's hard for me to even ask these questions because I've always been on the I care less about my credit card and more about my access to patient care. You know, we've been here for 9 years. We've been trying to get the world to catch up a bit. But, you know, I would say that as you think of how we used to characterize stories, it was record count or dollar amount was the unit of impact. And now it's potentially quality of patient care, or how long are you without oil and gas, or how long can a municipality not function and perform the duties it needs to keep its citizens safe. And, you know, what are the supply chain cascading impacts of a meat packing facility getting hacked, or cream cheese? My daughters were about to riot because they couldn't have cream cheese for their bagels for a while, and people didn't know why. And part of why was there was a hack of one of our concentrated developers of cream cheese, exacerbated by trucker shortages, exacerbated by other COVID factors. But the net outcome here is, if there's not enough slack in the system, you know, even these seemingly unimportant ransoms of a single entity could have cascading rippling effects on, you know, if my kids are going to riot for cream cheese. So I care a little bit less about cream cheese and more about losses of life. But it is often difficult, and this group has found it difficult to get these stories told that are about the public good instead of a specific victim. So we're all ears for advice on how editors are shifting focus, or what stories have a chance and which ones don't. You know, how we might both respond to organic changes, but also try to affect maybe some deliberate changes, so that we can ensure there's not always. And I still find people who say, well, yeah, Josh, people might have died, but what about the record count? Like, there's just a really palpable part of us that is
It's
wired.
painful.
Yeah.
I think there's a belief that, and it might bear out in traffic numbers, but there's a belief that unless there's an enterprise angle, unless you're talking about you're talking to businesses, it's tough to sell advertising. At least that was the sense I got at Axios, where they wanted it to be more either about controversies from big tech brands, or more about businesses, or, you know. I hope that's changing. I've been at something that solely covers the enterprise for the past 2 years, but I think that as people have seen real-time chaos engineering, you know, the power outages in Texas, or like you were mentioning, Colonial Pipeline, people have a better sense of what can go wrong, but I think it's one at a time.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's. I think that people are very driven by stories, like not necessarily. People like a narrative rather than a fact, and it's easier to tell a narrative about people lining up for gas to put in their trash bags than it is to say to cover the effect of copyright law on hacking hardware.
Well, and yeah, I want to add, like, we should talk a little bit, Josh, about what we've been discussing about the interdisciplinary nature of some of these stories, because I just want to say first that, I think what we were saying about what you said about it used to be I could take a day off and no one even noticed, and now it's like, where is the person who needs to write about this every single day? Like, that is a real thing, and that's a real issue with getting stories written and getting them to break through, is that there's just so much going on. I mean, it used to be when I would come to Black Hat and DEF CON and BSides and cover talks at all the conferences, like, there was nothing else I needed to be doing that week but that, right? Like, that was the, news that really needed to get out there that week. And now it's like 30 other things are happening this week, and I'm like, shit, like, what? My editors and I are like, what do we do? Because, so anyway, I think, and so especially, to transition to, what we had been talking about, like, stories and what you're saying about narratives and real human stories that are the most important stories that we all really want to be telling, that are the most impactful. Those stories take a lot more time, a lot more sensitivity, and various types of expertise. And it's just there's like a lot of cooks in this kitchen,
I think one thing that's worth noting, and this is for the better, more people who write about cybersecurity are focused on cybersecurity now than there were at any other time in history. It's a fun thing to be able to say. I think that if you remember Norse, with the AEI report that speculated that Iran was hacking the United States hundreds of thousands of times a day. It just turned out it was, background noise and
Pew pew.
pew pew. That can happen. Those kinds of stories can happen. The power grid story in the Washington Post, I think that was the Vermont, was that? There was a time that they had said that somebody had hacked the power grid that turned out to be.
Oh, the MS Blaster from 2013, that one? Or?
No, I think it was around 20. Oh,
yeah.
The fact that there's more than one example is the point.
Yeah.
A lot of those things slipped through because the people who ended up covering cybersecurity stories were people who had no InfoSec background and can be easily swayed by the by things that sounded very impressive, but didn't really have a sense of how to evaluate whether or not they were true.
Wow, there's so much I want to unpack from this. I'm just going to scattershot a few things I heard that we could
lay it
tease
on
out.
us.
Choose your own adventure, because any one of these could turn into an hour conversation. One of the things that surprised me, and I'll just enumerate them, not prioritized. One of the things that surprised me is I've actually seen a thinning out of journalists. A lot of really good journalists and really good beats have gone away, and now some of those excellent journalists are in sponsored corporate journalism. They're still doing good stories, but there's always that risk that there's an editorial slant towards that market or that product set. And I still love and respect these journalists, and it's sad to me to see so many of them not working for a news outlet or an independent news outlet, but doing news under the imprimatur of some corporate entity. So number two, a bunch of us were observing there's stunningly few journalists here in Vegas this week. And it's possibly COVID, it's possibly competing stories, it's possibly that this isn't sexy anymore. But that is an observation I think worth noting. I'm very glad you're both here. Number three, I worry about where Lily was going. We had talked about this in advance. Some of the stories that came out of our CISA COVID task force were so multidisciplinary in nature, you couldn't find a single journalist with a single beat that felt comfortable doing it. And unless there was capacity in their medical companion or their government oversight companion, these stories couldn't get told. So there was a level of complexity that created enough hesitation for the hard or the more substantive stories to get told. So pick apart any of these or none of these, but I have some concern over this.
I guess working backwards, it's easy for me to say Lily should do it, but I think
I'll take all your scoops, Joe.
I think that with things that are extremely multidisciplinary, you might have better luck with magazines where they have time to do thought out coverage compared to newspapers where we're expected to increasingly put out a story not only every day but every few hours. When I was at the Hill, I was at the Hill, but also I didn't say that in my bio. But the expectation was 4 or 5 stories a day.
Wow.
And by the time I was leaving, they were trying to figure out which 4 or 5 stories a day. And I remember they were really excited about a lacrosse team that was hacked because I thought that would be very popular. It did not turn out to be as very popular. But at least I got to learn that there was a professional lacrosse league. So that's something. But in terms of the 5-story-a-day model isn't great for things where you have to learn outside, learn something new. 1 story a day isn't great for that, but it's possible. But the people who have time to really write things out probably have the best chance of understanding something that covers more than one thing.
But I think you really hit on it because the thing is, I think the JBS meat, ransomware attack, supply chain attack is a great example because it's like, to use the example of Wired, the thing we don't have at Wired is someone who's sourced up on the meat supply chain, right? Like who does like meat futures, or like we have no meat coverage, guys. So I think this really raises a good point that some of the blind spot or some of the best intentions where stories don't end up happening, that Josh, you're saying, like, how do we get these stories to happen, comes from the fact that certain publications potentially have the institutional expertise if you put multiple people together, but there's those are newspapers and wire services and stuff that have their own pressures, right? Like Reuters, for example, they do amazing cybersecurity coverage. They were an organization that I was like, okay, they're more likely to have solid stuff on JBS. I'm just using this as an example because they've got cybersecurity reporters, they've got, meat people, they've got, all the different import, reporting expertise, import, export, all the different things you would need, but they don't have time, right? They only do a certain type of story, like the sort of 200-word or 400-word Reuters, and I mean occasionally amazing long investigations, whatever. But just to use this example, whereas Wired can go really deep on something, but can only put 1 or maybe 2 reporters on a deep investigation. So yeah, I think that's really getting to...
There's an interesting thing that goes along with that. Kim Zetter once made the point, and that one of the ways you could tell it was going to be a good news story is if one of the names in the byline was the research person, the person who... many newspapers have not just an archivist, but somebody who's in charge of sort of doing background and research, fact-checking and things like that sometimes will get their name in print as part of a story. And that creates a great sense of institutional knowledge. And I don't think that cybersecurity really has that. a lot of the reporters are young. And I think that sort of gets to one of the other things you were saying. A lot of the reporters going to either becoming, a lot of the older reporters moving towards public relations, or things like The Record, which I say that they are independent. So just to be fair to them. There are great farm systems now. I think CyberScoop has created a bunch of really good reporters. Chris Bing came from there. A few other.
Well, and we were supposed to have a cyber scooper on this panel.
Right.
Suzanne Smalley.
Thank the flights for that one.
Yeah.
And Suzanne's had some great initial stories.
Shannon, a bunch of really good people have come from that. And one of the things that's really difficult in journalism is finding somewhere that will train you to do something well. And so while some of the more venerable people may be doing more things that seem distasteful, I think that there's a group of people, there are more people who exist who might be able to handle the.
And it's hard to jump off my own shadow when I ask this. It's a bit of a loaded question, but as somebody who I think has kind of rallied the public interest, public good, public safety subset of the hacker community, we often cringe when we see people we like and respect for their enterprise perspective or their corporate for-profit perspective being quoted on public safety stories when the message is optimized for private interest instead of public interest. And I think some of it I've seen is just people get used to, reliable sources or people that are quote worthy or might get more clicks because their name, but they may exactly be the wrong person to ask. Like, we'll see something where there's collectively 100 years of experience in the room, and somebody who spent no time on that topic is the lead quote. And I know that that's some journalism 101 stuff, but is there a need or an opportunity to differentiate between corporate security and consequential security, or private interest security and public good? Could there be a discipline where it's easier for any journalist to find sources in category A versus B, or am I just butchering my articulation here?
I think Lily might have a better sense of it than me, because
your beat is more business to business, right?
It's more business to business. But I think that's the fact that there are publications that are business to business and not publications that are public to public.
Right.
Sort of says something that people are interested in the enterprise point of view because many of the readers of these stories are, in fact, enterprises, and want to know what they should be doing and want to know how they won't be in the next one of these news stories. I don't want to say that the public doesn't matter, but from our perspective,
Yeah, don't say that.
yeah. From
Well, you have a business model, and
the business model at SC is to talk to enterprises about what they should be doing rather than talking about public good.
Yeah, and I am no longer in CISA. I didn't work on the Colonial Gas example, so I'll ask a question from a distance without inside knowledge, but that's an example where typically in a country, a public good like oil, gas, public utilities, it's a responsibility of the public sector. But in our system of government, we delegate a lot of that, the ownership and operation, to private entities. So when you have a breach like that, and people can Monday morning quarterback the decisions made, it seemed to me from the outside that the right thing for shareholders might be to preserve integrity in billing and shut things down, but that unilateral decision might hurt the public interests of the Eastern Seaboard for a while. So when you have a tension between what's right for the enterprise and what's right for the country or the region, I think there's an incredible story here of do we need to recalibrate the social contract between the public-private partnership? And you can delegate operation from the government to the private sector, but you're still accountable for it. So are we actually able to govern reliable, maintainable access to critical infrastructure, or have we gotten out of balance? And I found it really, there were a couple of decent stories about what happened, but maybe not the strategic implication of that public-private partnership.
Yeah, I'm having trouble organizing my thoughts, but I think it's because of what you said, that this is like a societal level recalibration
Yeah.
that one could argue needs to happen in the US. But then I'm also thinking about how globally, like a thing about when we're thinking about this, you know, the years of the cavalry, or, you know, since 2013, or just like recent years of cybersecurity and the security industry, like the private sector has been so just has led so much of the narrative and
Yes.
shaped so much of the narrative, and sometimes in good ways and sometimes in like cart leading the horse ways. So there's like a sort of parallel thing there, but I think that issue, you know, some of what you were talking about just now is US centric, but the larger security industry and like what people understand to be the scope of cybersecurity topics, and even like thinking about like the concept of cyber war, so much of that has been driven by the private sector that I can see why there is this like decoupling that needs to happen, or that someone might feel needs to happen, because that's sort of how all of this has sprung up. And I guess that's sort of the classic like Black Hat versus DEF CON thing of, well, where's the space for all the vendors to be, and where's the like, you know, economic engine of this whole thing, and then, you know, like other folks in the community feeling like, well, I just want to do my research and focus on like what's actually impacting people. Like I think it's a big issue.
So I'm going to float an opinion you've triggered. I also want to remind people that we do have the mic in the room. We also have the streaming chat. So if there is a burning question you'd love to ask either of these two fine journalists, please do. While he's heading up there, I think one of the areas that this dynamic got it wrong was ransomware. I think the hacker elite rock stars thought it was boring, and we just kept paying it, and we created this juggernaut that's unstoppable. And I think one of the ways I put it after RSA, we were sitting in the garden, I said, the attackers have figured out how to monetize the cyber poor. Defenders haven't, and it's going to be a feeding frenzy. It's so big now, there's no stopping it. There's no single, even international move that's going to stop the business model of unavailability. No matter what you do, your unavailability can be monetized. And unless and until this becomes interesting to either rockstar hacker voices and or commercial coin operated, we've got a real public health issue that was possibly preventable in its infancy, but it's not going away anytime soon.
The government will set a lot of the narrative there, and I think that the government right now is putting a lot of that pressure into two spaces. One of international partnerships, which doesn't get as much coverage as the other one, which is forcing, requirements for security requirements through the executive order and things like that. It is a much broader topic than that, but I think that for the most part, when people look for coverage, it's going to be what the government, what the elected person said they were doing. Oh yeah. So.
All right. We have a question.
I do. I have two questions. One is, how do you keep up? I mean, like, cybersecurity is my job, and it's like my job, right? It's bigger than what I can do. So I wonder how you keep up. And the next question is an offer. How can the I Am the Cavalry community help, not just you two, you're great, but I'll just say the press more broadly when it comes to stories and pitches and background, etc.
how do we keep up? Yeah, it's really tough. I always go back to just trying to, it's gotten tougher and tougher, like we were talking about, but I just try to go back to having as wide a source space as possible, people I know, people I sort of know, but who won't be freaked out if I DM them or, you know, whatever, and just really trying to always be in touch with people and hearing about what they're thinking about from as many different perspectives as possible. And that ties into what you were saying about how to get the right voices into the right stories. But there is, you know, every journalist, like, that's our job, and we pour a lot of work into it, but there is a limit to just like how many people we can know or how many sources we can maintain and relate, you know, those relationships. So I think it's like an important ongoing question of combining all the journalists, like networks and efforts to do that, to try to do the full coverage, you know, because you really, the beat is way too huge now for just like a few reporters to cover alone. So that's on that piece.
In terms of how I Am The Cavalry can, sorry, I missed the microphone again. In terms of how you can get more stories placed, reaching out is a good start. I don't, and not just reaching out through press releases and things like that. If you pick your shots and just occasionally say, this is important, I think most people will listen. At least most people who have a sense of what you're talking about will listen.
But I also think it's like the proactive thing of, you know, by the time you like implement network segmentation or something, like, it needs to have already been done. It can't happen once the crisis is going on. I think maybe it's sort of like that with reporters, that it's helpful to just like be in each other's orbit so that you can then, you know, if one, you know, if I know one of you and we've, you know, met at BSides and chatted a little bit and we keep in touch and send each other memes or whatever, and then if you DM me and you say, this is really important, I really want you to look at this, you know, that helps a lot versus like my email or what, like my inbox is just like a hellscape. Like, I can't keep up with, and sometimes there are really important things in there, signal tip line the same way, like, but it's so difficult. I'm always worried that I'm missing stuff. So I think that personal connection, you know, like, befriend your neighborhood journalist like now before you need them, you know.
All right, do you have a question?
I do. Oh, there we go. Not step on the mic. Thank you for coming. And I had a question. Since a lot of the news seems to be very kind of Western-centric, I was wondering if in your experiences and in your connection circles and your professional kind of working lives, do you see a similar investment or divestment of resources, of opportunities in international partners that you may or may not have? Places in like Europe is obviously a big one, but other non-like English-speaking countries, do you see kind of like a similar, like, oh, we should kind of cover these like security things, or do you believe that certain governments are more oppressive in that manner, and that they go, you should not report on these things, otherwise your family will disappear forever?
It's a good question. I mean, we certainly have some good UK journalists, but that's a fairly close partner to the US.
Yeah, Joseph is great. Joseph Cox.
Yeah.
Great dude. Love him.
He's one of the top Joes.
We have a lot of Joes.
Yeah, just a bunch, just way too many.
I think there definitely is, and like has been for quite a while, but you know, it's very fair that like the effects, you haven't necessarily seen the fruits of this so much, but I think there has been like long-standing interest in doing more and more international coverage. Like you're saying, I think reporting, getting working with sources in a way that's safe for them is difficult in a bunch of countries.
Right.
So that is like a factor, but means it's all the more important to do it. And just one other thing I would say quickly is, like, I think this is another area where the private security, like threat intel juggernaut is like good, but also, you know, limiting, because that's a lot of how journalists, but also the community in general, hears about certain types of attacks, and especially government or like APT activity in a bunch of different countries globally. And so we're all sort of at the mercy of those, that framing or that mindset.
Yeah, I think the company with the most visibility in China is 360, right? And they publish in Chinese. And you'll have to forgive me for not knowing which version of Chinese, because I can't tell the difference, and that's one of the problems. Is there's a language barrier to the sole source, to the person with the most telemetry on a field, on an area. I don't know how to fight that.
Yeah, it's a fair question, and the cavalry is a pretty international movement, and I have been personally burned because of just translation issues. Like when I was at the Atlantic Council for a while, I went out of my way to call it cyber safety instead of cybersecurity to differentiate the cyber physical impacts. And in some of the countries covering us, they were the same word. Like there wasn't a different way to put it. So here I am trying to mince and nuance US language. And one of the stories almost got me attacked by Anonymous. I mean, this is before the cavalry, but like I said what I said it cleanly and clearly, but it was lost in translation, and an op was declared trying to destroy me and my family. So it got called off. You know, we had some people from Anonymous call it off, but I'm probably more timid myself, even though I'm a competent media trained person, to get lost in translation. So it's probably an area we could put some more deliberate focus into, and specifically on things like our Hippocratic Oath for connected medical devices or the SBOM work. We were delighted to see translations in French and German and Japanese, because when you're speaking, some of the strategies are universal and translated. And we've had some really powerful partners in Singapore or elsewhere who cared more about some of these topics than some of our US partners did. But I think we could be more deliberate in international reach and having researcher friends who could maybe be more competent in those areas. This might seem like a hard transition, but one I really want to get to, because Lily and I had some fascinating precursor discussions. Raise your hand if you've seen the documentary film called Don't Look Up. Okay, it really hurt for me to watch that. Probably Kendra too. Anybody in the Cisco Code Task Force, it felt autobiographical. I have been surprised, and I'm usually at pretty grounded expectations, even though I'm a dreamer. It's usually pragmatic idealism. But I was really shocked to see how little people actually cared about loss of life in healthcare. And I'm going to do a little bit of an exposition here. We keep hearing from the healthcare that there's no money, there's no staff, there's no appetite, there's no political will, we're doing the best we can, people die. And they say until somebody dies, you know, we're doing the best we can. So there was a story in Germany of a woman who had a ransom had her go too far away. A very long ambulance diversion to the next near facility, and now we have our first loss of life. And it has since been refuted and debunked, but maybe less so than you probably were told, because we know that delays affect mortality, and that cyber introduces delays. So if cyber introduces delays and delays introduce mortality, you know, we shouldn't be even in the proximity of this. But there's a palpable desire for the private sector and the hospitals to say that no one's ever died. No one's ever died. And that one we let go of because it was debatable enough. We let go of it. And then on October 1st, 2021, Wall Street Journal front page talks about the baby who, prior to the pandemic in Alabama, potentially was a victim of degraded technology assist. They said if we had had the imaging, if we had known this, we wouldn't. There were text messages between the physicians saying, had we known, we wouldn't have treated the pregnancy this way. So people are like, okay, we finally have a named person. But then we say, oh, it's just an anecdote. It's a one-off. We shouldn't change policy over that. Well, that same day, our team at Cisco Task Force published statistical proof that we could measure hospital strain associated with excess death in pretty large numbers, and we could analyze regions hit hardest by ransomware to show that they were in those excess death stress zones for a protracted amount of time, so non-zero numbers of people lost their lives due to delayed and degraded access to patient care in Vermont, in San Diego, in other parts of the country. So we kind of have this proof, but what I was talking to Lily about, now that I'll get past the exposition, is even really intelligent people, even leadership people in the ISACs and the sector coordinating councils and the hacker community, we still continue to say no one's ever died from cyber. Like, we can actually have a smoking gun with a named victim. We can have a smoking gun with statistical proof. We can have them come out on the same day. But there's something about slow moving. This is a human psychology thing that maybe we could all try to simmer ourselves on, which is these slow moving threats, these strategic threats, we're really, really bad at risk management as a species. And we tend to like these bite-sized things where we have a control sphere. Maybe there's something we feel we can or can't do about it. But I think my hyperbolic, slightly exaggerated concern is 9 years ago, we were too early. And now, no one's coming back to tell the fuller story of these things and why we should listen to the warnings. And there are stories covered, and I don't want to put words in your mouth or
Tell them about the dumb thing I said? Is that what you're...
It wasn't dumb. No, but you said there are certain people that every time someone's like, why aren't you covering this, or why didn't you cover this?
Oh.
There's usually evidence of it. So can you get into the ProPublica? Like, I'm trying to wrestle with why don't we have an easy way to talk about high impact, slow moving threats like climate change or...
Oh, okay. No, this wasn't... I thought we were talking about examples of stories, and I gave like a silly example. But no, just trying to think how to summarize. I do think there's a concept in general, or like a thing that happens in general, not just in this field, where sometimes people will say, why isn't the press covering X? And often, right? We hear this all the time currently. And my response just to myself, internally as I'm seeing these, arguments or whatever, is like, but there is coverage. Just no one wanted to read it. No, it didn't like come above the baseline of noise because no one was amplifying it. No one was interested in it from the readership. One example I gave was like, often when people say this, there's like a big ProPublica investigation that happened 5 years ago or whatever about XYZ thing that just everybody forgot about, and and there's other examples too, and sometimes it's my own coverage or Joe's coverage or whatever where I'm like, no, I did cover that like a lot, and just no one read the stories, or one of them was big, but then no one read the other stories to follow the narrative or whatever. So I think that's one component of it, but And so that's where we were talking about, climate change as, like, I think that is a big, potentially analogous example where people always said, why isn't it on the front page? Why isn't it, every single day? And it's like, well, it's actually, I think, genuinely a more complicated question about, like, the service that, of news and what is newsworthy each day. And it doesn't mean the coverage isn't happening, but what people want to read more of is relevant to what gets covered more. And there's just all these feedback loops that are kind of complicated, but it's not to make excuses at all. I think it's just to say, like, these dynamics aren't so, it's not always just why isn't it being covered? Sometimes things are being covered.
I think when people say why isn't it being covered, they usually mean why isn't the conversation on Twitter this thing? Or why isn't it on the prime time opinion shows or talk shows? Mm-hmm. And reporters don't really have control over that. We can just go about our beats and submit things as we can. But I think for specialized news coverage areas, and that includes Homeland Security and national security, it's harder for the public to keep multiple stories that are outside of like a very narrow set of parameters in mind at a time. And I think people still view InfoSec as a specialized topic as opposed to something that no matter what your job is and no matter where you live, it affects you at home and at work.
So I guess this is, I got the hook. We have like 3 minutes left, so we can continue the conversation in the hallway and throughout the day. But I guess where I'd like to end is maybe with a semi-rhetorical question, which is, I think this group has done incredibly important work to warn and to be calm, voice of reason, and lay the groundwork so that we can be better prepared for when things go south. I think now that things are going south, a concern I have is when you let it go too far south and there's victims, then you have knee-jerk reactions. And the entire thesis of what we started here was to be left a boom and be prepared for a more thoughtful, planful response. If you have advice of either the right, sibling organizations like ProPublica or documentary films or the use of fiction or alternative ways to enhance the yield of this mission, whether it's right now or later, I do think it's worth, our own family's access to care and food, water, shelter, safety, that this group gets better at it. I think everyone's trying really hard, but we are very humbled and open to increasing our yield in alternative and creative ways and would treasure any advice you'd give us. Any last words from either of you?
Yeah, I would just say same. Like, appreciate all of you, and just want to be in touch.
Those were good last words. Ditto. That thing.
That thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's thank our journalist friends here. We should invest in them. We need them. They're a very important independent voice that can tell stories that can be in the public interest and public good, and I'm very grateful for the two of you. All right, we have a...
Panel discussion today is on software bill of materials, and we have with us, fortunate to have a great panel that we're going to discuss and talk about where we stand today with it and where we plan to go with software bill of materials, or SBOM as we
You gotta
call it.
let her speak first.
Okay, go ahead. Right ahead.
Okay. So, Katie, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Katie Bratman. I work at New York Presbyterian Hospital as part of the vulnerability management team and also as part of the Daggerboard development team. We'll be talking a little bit about Daggerboard today. It's an SBOM analysis tool.
Adam?
Hi, I'm Adam Kojak. I'm a developer at New York Presbyterian Hospital as part of the information security team.
Alan?
I'm Alan Friedman. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. I'm from CISA, and I'm the guy who doesn't shut up about SBOM.
And lastly, my name is Christopher Gates. I am a medical device developer and an expert in embedded product cybersecurity. And I've worked with Alan now for 7 years on various projects, something like that. Yeah. So the first question here is, why do we need an SBOM?
So, if you go to the store and you buy a Twinkie, it comes with a list of ingredients. To me, it's just kind of baffling that the most important software in the world doesn't have the same level of transparency as we expect from a non-biodegradable snack. The important analogy of sort of that list of ingredients by itself won't magically save you. But one, would you buy from someone who couldn't tell you what they were encouraging you to eat? Or in this case, have your life depend on? So the value of doing it, even if you can never touch the data yourself, you still want someone to know that they have it. But the other thing is, right, you can't do all of the things that we might do with a list of ingredients, right? Protect your family from allergies, vulnerabilities, follow a certain religious-based restriction, right? The analogy there might be, hey, I don't want things from certain types of development environments or countries on my network for certain reasons. So it really enables a lot of great data to say, or it's the data layer that allows us to sort of think more broadly about different kinds of risk. I'll let you guys jump in about why it's important for your orgs.
Yeah, so we work in healthcare, and where SBOMs really come in handy for us, what we're seeing is with medical devices. So oftentimes what happens is, like, we get a medical device, it's thrown on our network, we can scan it with a vulnerability scanner, but we don't get the full picture of what it's made out of, that list of ingredients. And so this is where an SBOM can really help us. We can take an SBOM before we buy the device in our purchasing process and then analyze it and say, do we really want to continue with purchasing this? If there's a risk that was found, how can we mitigate it before implementing it, and so on.
So I'll chime in with one more thing. There are organizations in the world that only use like 6 types of software, right? If you are just a traditional bog standard enterprise, then SBOM is going to be nice for you, but there's going to be public security advisories for your Microsoft products, your Cisco products, right? Those have mature product security teams, and data about vulnerabilities and risks in those products is well documented and easy to access. What we're talking about in the Cavalry track is a very different world, right? It's the world of things that are literally matters of life and death. Those tend to be much smaller organizations that produce them. And yes, some of them are starting to do vulnerability disclosure and security advisories, but often the risk is not going to be this particular widget, in part because they don't have security advisories, and also because someone may not have developed a targeted attack for a foothold on that product. The risk is sort of automated scanning tools that are going after some of the components. And so that's why, particularly in safety critical world, medical, infrastructure, ICS, having that understanding is going to be important. And the last thing is, right, it doesn't always feed into, hey, I need to patch this. Right? Some of you are familiar with just how hard it is to patch something that if I unplug this, people lose power, people lose water, people die. But what we can do is start thinking about it as more maturely of, oh, there's a potential risk here. So my long-term plan is segment my network. My long-term plan is work with my threat intel to sort of see if there's anything being disclosed. So again, it sets up the longer-term risk, especially in our cavalry mission space.
In a word, it's all about transparency. And it allows you to assign risk to the end user. Because somebody manufactured something here. You manufactured this box or that particular projector or that wireless access point that's sitting over there. We look at that, and as engineers, we go, oh, I know what that is, and I can do a physical attack on it, tear it apart, reverse engineer it, all right? But as a user, what they don't know. They're bringing this in and putting it into their environment and potentially affecting their environment, their neighbor's environment, everybody's environment. I mean, we've seen a lot of denial of service here, distributed denial of service attacks. So it's actually more than just the 16 critical infrastructures of the United States. It's everybody. We don't want another Marybot type of episode again. Transferring that knowledge to the end user so they can say, how much risk do I feel comfortable with? All right? Oh, this has got a vulnerable version of OpenSSL in here. I can live with that. I don't really care. And some people will. Other people will take it offline and pull it out. So it is about disclosing all of that information, not keeping it a secret, moving it to the people who really are going to be affected by it, and that isn't the people who manufactured it. So about 4 years ago, I was working with Alan on another NTIA project that had to do with updating firmware and how you patch and do upgrades of firmware and for devices in the field. And we rolled off that, and Alan said, hey, I'm thinking about working on another project here that's called a software bill of materials. And I said, oh, what's that? He says, it's kind of like a list of ingredients of what goes into your products. And I went, hey, you know, what are we going to do? A month of that? I mean, that's going to be a short project. That was 4 years later. I hadn't a clue what all the edge conditions were that we looked at. And in that period of time, Alan put together multiple working groups that covered different aspects of software bill of materials, but they all consisted of experts in the field, and really humbling experts. I mean, I quickly realized just how ignorant I was of what this environment required and how to handle this. And to this day, I still find things that's like, oh yeah, I didn't think about it that way, that somebody else already thinks about. Great multidisciplinary group. Nobody herds cats like Alan. All of these people are experts. We're all egocentric a-holes, all right? And we all have our opinions, and this man would manage to keep us going all in the intended direction and everybody working together. You know, if we spot that comet that's about to hit the Earth and we need a team to mitigate that, I want him leading it. So it's been really interesting and very educational over this period of time. And now recently Alan moved from NTIA to CISA, and where there's new working groups have started up. So Alan, I've talked too much already. What is your feeling on the work groups both at NTIA and CISA?
First of all, flattery gets you everywhere. Thank you. This is actually what I love about what we built for the SBOM community, right? It's always very clear, very much not my idea. In fact, since I joined government, pretty much every idea I've stolen from the cavalry and said, okay, they've started out with a great idea. Let's actually try to use the flag behind us to pull together communities to make it happen. So I want to doff my hat to Josh and Bo and everyone who's been part of the cavalry. I think this is what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to sort of take ideas, mature them, and then hand them to folks who can implement them. So the first phase we had to do is actually come up with a shared definition. The idea of an SBOM, as Chris said, is not that complicated, but we need a couple things. One, we need a shared vision of what it looks like. And no one had actually sort of articulated, this is what an SBOM is, these are the boundary conditions, and how to make it happen. So the first 2 years was focusing on the what, the why, and the how. And the good news is there was at least one data format that could transfer and to convey SBOM in a standardized fashion. The bad news is there was more than one, and that's some fun that we still have, is sort of managing the data formats. We're going to have a meetup right after this if anyone wants to talk more about that. So we're now at a stage, or last year we were at a stage where we have the basics. There's no reason why an organization cannot start producing SBOMs, asking for SBOMs, thinking about how to use them. Our focus now is on operationalization, scale, and automation, right? If we can't do this, if we can't integrate this data into all the other things that we care about in security, then we're not going to make the progress we need. Right? My vision 3-4 years from now is that we're actually not talking about SBOM as a unique thing. It should just be a standard part of our security ecosystem, the same way that, right, most of us don't spend our days thinking about CVEs. There is a small community that does, but it's really, we just integrate it into how we think about our security data. So the plug for the work that's going forward, if you'd like to get involved, and I'll remind you at the end, we've got a couple of focus points. One is cloud and SaaS. A lot of the focus on SBOM thus far has been on on-prem software, which makes sense, right? I have to defend it. It's on my network. And certainly in our safety critical domain around the cavalry, that's huge. But I would, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, I think most medical devices now have a cloud management component, right?
Frequently, yeah. Frequently.
And the same is true in ICS. The same is true in a lot of other, in automotive. So we need to be able to tell a story of what does transparency mean for a SaaS application that may have a daily or hourly build and could be very large. So we want to tell stories of use cases and then ultimately implementing, right? So does the SBOM of a container, is it just the application logic? Is the application logic in the OS? Is it the application of the OS and the orchestration? We want to sort that out, and we want to do that with both producers and people who use that data, defenders. The second piece is going to be focusing on tooling. How do we make sure that if 2 different suppliers or 2 different open source projects produce an SBOM, they're reasonably similar? And then we're going to talk a lot about consumption and the great tool that NYP has developed in a little bit. We're also going to be focusing on moving this data around. So how do we move all of this metadata around, especially if you have a complex supply chain? So it's got to go from, you know, an RTOS vendor to a medical device manufacturer to a reseller to the hospital. And then the last piece is going to be continuing some work that started at NTIA, which we call the Awareness and Adoption Group, which was very ably run by Audie and Josh. And that is to sort of help think about, one, how do we make it easier and cheaper for organizations to engage in SBOM? And also, how do we coordinate all of the different things that are happening around the world? So right now, there's some work that's happening at the International Medical Device Regulatory Forum, one of Chris's favorite organizations. There's great work happening in all sorts of different corners of the ecosystem. We want to make sure that there's a common hub to share information.
Absolutely. And when we started off, I mean, really, the only person I'd ever heard talk about software bill of materials before Alan was Josh. And Josh started this, and he was sort of out there alone, and we all went, okay, I don't know what that means, and kind of ignored it and all that. But in these working groups, he really set the pace with crawl, walk, run, and how we implement that. And we have been crawling for the last 4 years. Literally, we spent a number of weeks deciding how to spell SBOM. I'm not kidding, okay? Is it a lowercase o or a uppercase o? All right, there were things like that, and we started at that level, and now we have all these tools and techniques of how to apply this. More importantly, we've got an executive order that came in that now makes it not just little old medical that's involved, because they were the first ones into it, but the 16 industries that are critical to the infrastructure of the United States. So now we have vendors and organizations that are looking at this saying, oh yeah, I need to supply you with an SBOM. We're moving from crawling, we're into walking. What does run look like, and how do we get there? That's what we're doing. We're moving forward. This is both an open source problem and a proprietary. You've got tools from both sides, and that's where we are right now. We're right now in walking and trying to head toward that running. So I keep talking about medical because that's what I do, is make medical equipment. But there's a lot of other industries that are right behind us. In some cases, they might be ahead of us. I mean, automotive comes to mind. They're very much into this. And certainly it's not just the United States. It's across the entire world. Countries like Japan and stuff are very interested in this. And what are you guys seeing? Are you getting other interesting, comments from other industries? Or I'm going to put it to all 3 of you, or even from other hospitals besides New York Press. And what does this look like? Is there interest in adopting this and getting ahead of this ball?
I do think something that's interesting in the hospital field is we've seen some hospitals start by, like, when they negotiate new contracts with different vendors, saying, okay, well, when you provide us with a medical device, we need you to provide us an SBOM as well, otherwise we won't sign this. So that's one way that people are really pushing SBOM in healthcare.
Money works. Money always works. Don't count on somebody's better nature. If it's in their financial interest, you'll have an SBOM the next day.
And then I think something interesting that's come from Daggerboard is, so we published Daggerboard, it's open source and it's on GitHub, and we're seeing people that are wanting to contribute, they're kind of interested. And recently we were asked, okay, so how can the results from Daggerboard integrate with an asset management system? And that's something that we'll talk more on later, but it's kind of an interesting idea that's really pushing SBOM further.
So the tools that have come out of this, like Daggerboard, and we're seeing them break up to it. As we first got into this in NTIA early on, we realized we had to do authoring tools because it's a chicken and egg problem. And we've got to start somewhere. All right, nobody was asking for this, but then nobody could create one, even if they were asking for it. Nobody could consume one. Nobody could distribute one. So we're starting to see these tools now come out for the two major formats, SPDX and Cyclone DX, that are used for software bill of materials. And the tools are there, and we're starting to see more of these pieces of the chain over its life cycle fall into play. And tools like Daggerboard are definitely it. And I think that's good that we're seeing both commercial ones. I hope they hang in there long enough to see success, as well as open source ones like Daggerboard. And at this point, we've been talking about Daggerboard and why all this, but Adam and Katie, history of Daggerboard, where did this come from? When I think of open source, my first thought is not a hospital. So how did this come about as the fact that you guys created one of the better tools out there?
Yeah, I think that we feel really lucky to be on a hospital information security team and have the opportunity to make this tool. Actually, it was a lot of fun. Yeah. But basically where we started was, so our CISO, he's a member of the healthcare working group proof of concept for SBOM. And based on some of the meetings that they had, he came out with this idea that was, hey, we have the resources, I think we want to make this tool that makes it easy to take an SBOM and analyze it, find all the vulnerabilities associated with it, and report it so that the user really doesn't have to do that much. Because there wasn't anything out there that was like super freely available at the time. So that's where the whole idea came from, was let's make this easy to use and free. And here we are now. We actually managed to make this app, open source it, and it's free. Something that was kind of interesting along the way was, it's just like any other sort of open source project where we started really small. We had the ability to do one thing, like a script that analyzed SBOMs, and now we have this project that's just grown a ton. It can do a bunch of things. We'll see in a little bit, like we're gonna add more features, have a version 2. And because it's open source, we are always looking for people that want to contribute and work with us.
Yeah, and it started out as a beta project originally by the vulnerability team. And we linked up as the DevOps team just to make it, revamp the UI, make it easier for the analysts to use as a whole, see all your vulnerabilities in one place, all the packages in one place, as well as making it open source, which was really one of the main goals for getting this app out there.
Some of you folks, I may have undersold what an SBOM is. You're thinking, hey, I've used 3 pieces of libraries and frameworks and operating systems in my product, in my device that I've created. Why do I need tools like Daggerboard? And the answer is transitive dependencies. Are you all aware of Log4j and what happened last December? Okay, yeah, I'm getting a lot of head nods. Good. Okay, Log4j is a very commonly used Java library for implementing logging. So you're sitting there at your day job and one of the requirements is, oh, my application has to have logging. First thought that comes to your mind is Log4j. It's used by everybody. In fact, some 80,000 projects have used Log4j. So you reach out, you include it. When you include Log4j, you go, hey, that would be one of my elements in my software bill of materials. And indeed it would. But there are 294 sub-dependencies in Log4j that you as a developer have no clue you just brought into your product. And with intentional corruption of these public libraries skyrocketing, last year it was 650%, the year before that was 400 and some percent. I don't know what it's going to be this year. We just heard today about PyPy. There were 10 libraries, commonly used libraries in PyPy, that have been intentionally corrupted to harvest credentials. People are poisoning these repositories. So if you have 294 of those subdependencies, you can't do that manually. That's why you need tools like Daggerboard and other tools to go over there and look at this and tell you what it is on a daily basis, to come up and say, oh, this one's buried 17 levels deep and we found it here, and we now have a known vulnerability that's in this product. So it is the only way, it's where everything in cybersecurity is headed. You've got to automate it. All of this is becoming way too complex, way too big for any person or group of people to do as a manual process. So tools like Daggerboard are excellent. And with that, let me stand out of the way, and why don't you do a demo of Daggerboard? I'll sit up here with Alan.
Thanks for keeping me company, buddy.
Yeah. By the way, we're
Where's your-
clearly underdressed.
I was like, where's your
Sorry.
jacket? I don't
Yeah,
understand. We had a whole plan.
Yeah, didn't happen.
All right, so let's go over, what's important when we built this application. So SBOMs, we need them all in one place, but we need to start at the design level. So, and I don't want to bore you guys with the technical stuff, but I'm going to go over just pretty much how simple it was just to start the project and what features it had. So first and foremost, we use the Django framework just to start the application, to build as a web application. Django is very friendly it's very data driven and very friendly with using data. And, using SBOM data, it worked in our favor. So, and mainly, the main tool is to scan and parse the SBOMs, and being able to scan based on SPDX or CycloneDX. Another thing was to be able to integrate it within any application, and that's where we had LDAP and local authentication, so you could implement it in your own. And we have fancy charts and graphs all over the place, so any analyst could look at all the graphs that are needed there. And most importantly, the open source, we made it for open source purposes. So our app doesn't generate SBOMs, and we want to be clear with that. SBOMs should be provided by the manufacturer. But if an SBOM needs to be created from a manufacturer, so if you're from a manufacturer, it's very easy to build. And that for us, whenever we need to build one, we use Sift, which is a great tool, and it's really easy. It's just a one-liner. You could connect it to your Docker image or your requirements and produce all the SBOM in any format, in CycloneDX or SPDX, any format that's required. So for Daggerboard, what are the important tags? And in this case, this is an example of an SPDX document, and the document name, we use the document name, the creator, the organization, the package name, and the package version. Those are the 4 main tags that we use for all the analysis that we perform within the application.
Yeah, so in a minute, we'll show an actual demo of Daggerboard. All the data you see in Daggerboard, it's just coming from these tags mostly in an SBOM file.
Yeah, and this is just a quick example of how easy it is to upload an SBOM within our tool. Pretty much you go to the upload, choose the SPDX or CycloneDX document, submit it, and you are prompted, and the analysis begins. It's all automated. That way you don't have to go through an XML document and pick it out yourself. So we do all that for you.
Yeah, and again, so this is not really a live demo. We don't have internet right now, but that's why we're showing a pre-recorded SBOM upload.
Yeah, we're really worried about the demo gods. We don't know if our internet will work or not, so we pre-recorded that and have a local instance for you guys. So what's down the line? What's on the roadmap? Do you want to go over it?
So before we get into the full-on demo, these are just our next steps for Daggerboard. So the next thing that we want to integrate is VEX support. This will give us the ability to reduce false positives we have in our data. Maybe for a given product, we can more reliably say these different SBOMs contribute.
So we should mention what VEX is. First off, VEX was a term that came out of the working groups, that absolutely everybody in the working group hated and still hate. We hate this term. It's a horrible term. But what it stands for is Vulnerability Exploitability Exchange. And the way to think about it is it's extra information that is encoded in an SBOM, and it's from the developer of the product to say a couple of things. I'm investigating this vulnerability. I've decided this product is not affected by this vulnerability, or it is affected by this vulnerability. And there's some couple of substates under there that lead with things like how it's configured. So if you configure it one way, oh, you plugged in Ethernet into the RJ45 jack. Yes, you're vulnerable. There's things like that is thrown in there. Very useful because there's estimates from 70 to 90% of unknown vulnerabilities can't be exploited as instanced in a product. So VEXs allow you to give you more clarity into it, but it also gets back to a level of trust. So for me, there's a company I think is good, Philips Medical, okay? And I know they do good stuff, I'm gonna trust their VEX. But if it's Acme Medical, I almost said a real company there, so. And I don't have that trust in them, I'm not gonna care what the VEX says. I'm gonna unplug that device until I know what it really is. So this starts to bring trust into the whole process. And that's nothing we can encode in XML or JSON. That's only something that can be had over years of experience with the developers who are doing this. So VEXs are extremely useful. It is very much in a crawl form. As we get into walk and run in the years ahead, it'll be extremely productive and makes SBOMs even more valuable. Sorry for jumping in, Katie.
No, that was really good. So the next feature that we want to add to Daggerboard is an API. Right now, you can upload an SBOM and get results, vulnerability results. But what we need is the ability to have another system pull this data and say, hey, what's available? And this can get us to our goal of integrating with asset management systems, maybe CI/CD pipelines. Those are just a few examples we had in mind. So our third item on our roadmap is to add the ability to search for CVEs. Like Chris had said earlier, we all know about the log4j vulnerability from last winter. Right now, within Daggerboard, you can find an SBOM like based on the product name and like based on what the SBOM is, but we can't globally search through all of our SBOMs that have been uploaded for CVEs, for packages. So that's something that we think would be really helpful for the vulnerability analysis perspective. And then finally, the biggest thing, part of Daggerboard was to get it open source, get it put on GitHub. It currently is on GitHub. We have our link up here. We encourage you to take a look at it, give it a try, and if you want to contribute or to discuss anything, we're always open. And so this brings us to our demo.
All right, so let's kick off let's get the beautiful login page that we built here. So we need the icon of so you're probably wondering, what is the Daggerboard? And it's basically used to keep the ship afloat. So, and to keep your company afloat, you need to scan and analyze SBOMs. You don't want any holes in your ship. So that's what the representation of a Daggerboard is. So this is our login page, let's log in. And we need to know from the perspective of an analyst what they want to look at. So the two major things here are what are the most recent SBOMs that were uploaded. And in this case, and all the data here is not real. This is all demo data from very old, so there's no scrutiny on Apache or anything else that you see here, just as a disclaimer for you guys. So yeah, we have the last two SBOMs that were uploaded and the overall grade for that SBOM. We calculate the grade based on the vulnerability risk that's within, that we pull from NVD, National Vulnerability Database, and along with their severities, high, low, medium, high. In the middle section, we have our highlights. You can see how many total vulnerabilities were found within the application, how many weekly, the average vendor grade amongst all the SBOMs that were uploaded, and at the bottom we have a little, we have a table of all the SBOMs that were uploaded.
So moving on, and we actually displayed this page during the recorded demo. This is where you would upload an SBOM. This takes us to our SBOM analysis page. So what we can do is we can search for the SBOMs we've uploaded to go ahead and take a look. And again, like Adam said, we intentionally grabbed really old Docker containers to show pretty charts and show a lot of vulnerabilities. Elasticsearch probably is not an F at this point. This is very old. But so once we've uploaded an SBOM, let's look at our results. We can see here's the product. We have a grade here. We have the total vulnerabilities that were found, an average CVSS score. And then we've got a beautiful spider chart based on the CVSS vector, and then a total of the vulnerability severities. So scrolling to the bottom of the page, we can see the packages that were found from the SBOM file. And so we can see we were able to find a CPE here, and that's how we pull vulnerability data at this point. Now, this is the part that I really like because I am on the vulnerability management team. I can go through here and find more information about what vulnerabilities are present. I could maybe search for something that's high. I could maybe search for a package. And then most importantly, one way that you may go through prioritizing your results is we want to know if an exploit's available. So we can do that, and we get an actual reference to exploit DB. We can sort by severity. And then finally, if we want to, we can export a report of all the vulnerabilities that were found and view it. Beautiful CSV. And then moving on, so we have a vendor analysis page, and this is just a way to group the SBOMs together based on the creator tag. So we have Apache Software Foundation here, same sort of sorting if we wanted to view something else, but we can see here, we have 5 total SBOMs from Apache. They've got low grades, total 80 vulnerabilities. We can see a table here that shows when we uploaded these different SBOMs, and then just the general distribution of vulnerabilities. We get a snapshot of whatever was most recently uploaded. So Groovy was our last SBOM. And then just an overview. These are the different SBOMs that we had from Apache. So now we'll move to the admin page.
Yeah, so if you want to deploy this within your own environment or for your own organization, you need to make it easier for your admins to do certain configurations. So we gave it the ability for RBAC controls for your users. You don't want some people, you only want some readers to read the data versus people who could upload the data. We also have the LDAP configuration, so you could sign in, easier for your org. You can manage your users. We have a database. We could basically you can modify the database if you have to, and as well as the grading. You can modify the grading policy, so it's not just fixed. So the criteria for calculating grades is very subjective. You might want to consider, like, if there's 10 high vulnerabilities, what does that mean to your organization? And you could definitely configure that within the environment. And that's about it. That's the admin portal. And this is just one example of what we've been moving forward with on the SBOM initiative. And it's come a long way as like a healthcare hospital. And we're very proud of ourselves. And we're not really a tech giant. We're a hospital, so we've come a long way with building this app, and we're very happy with it.
Yeah, and I guess it just shows, as part of the Cavalry track, that organizations like hospitals, if you have the resources or you're willing to do this, you totally can do it.
Yeah. So yeah, please visit our GitHub, and please contribute. Anyone and everyone's welcome to contribute to healthcare as a whole. Thank you.
I want to flag one really cool thing about this build. There are many really cool things about this project, but one of them is there are a lot of security tools that just do one security mission, but don't think about how it fits into an organization. And I think the thing that struck me from this demo is, oh yeah, we need admin tools. We need to actually understand who's going to do what in this organization, figure out how it fits into the broader mission. And so I think that's a really cool feature that as we start thinking about more open source tools that we can build, sort of saying, don't just do the small thing, figure out how you can integrate it into the bigger picture.
Yeah. Do you want to?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, so I think that's thank you. An interesting point too is that, so when we started on this, the Daggerboard idea came from the healthcare SBOM proof of concept. And initially in our first phase of Daggerboard, we decided, okay, this is only going to be for medical devices. Let's keep it specific to healthcare. But then as we got to our second version of the app, we realized, okay, no, this applies to every industry that works with SBOMs. Other people are working on it too. We want Daggerboard to be used by anyone, not just hospitals.
Yeah, and just the admin configurations alone, I mean, that took a while to build and, to understand how to map it. And there's a lot of configurations that we did, but to come at the end of this, like, it's basically, this is just the starting point for this application. We're really looking to build this further, and we definitely have a roadmap ahead for all of it.
One of the things that I took away from that presentation that's really important is it gives you the quality idea of your vendors, the people you're buying from. So maybe you've got, that PDF viewer you put in your program from a large PDF vendor who will remain unnamed, but you all know the name starts with an A. And you go, these folks never give us patches, they have nothing but vulnerabilities and all this. The next time I'm going to create the next product, maybe I'm going to go over and try some other competitor's product and put that in there. And so you're looking at this and you're doing continual improvement upon your product based upon not just availability and cost and form, fit, and function, but also cybersecurity. How good of a program did they have? Are they working with me? Are they a partner, or are they part of the problem? So I think a tool like that is really useful to know. Remember, we're all in this. There isn't anybody who's outside of this. We're somewhere in the supply chain that either we're sourcing it originally or we're building on top of it. But I do have one question for Katie and Adam. Do you have an SBOM for Daggerboard?
Yes.
We absolutely do.
Outstanding.
It's published on our repo for everyone.
It's on GitHub.
Yeah.
And that's where it should be.
Yep.
And that brings up an interesting topic, which is some of the people you're now seeing complain about the fact that, oh, well, if we give you our SBOM, we have to hide it behind a firewall, credentials, and the fact that you can't just get access to it. The proper place for SBOM is publicly available, in this case in the repo, all right? If you sit there and think that your intellectual property is going to be exposed by the third-party software components that you use, then it's not your intellectual property. It belongs to the people who created the software components, okay? So go ahead.
I want to jump in there. First, I agree that is the optimal place to do it. Many of you know Sunil Yu, an early leader in thinking about SBOM and transparency. He moved over to a company called Jupiter One. One of the first things he did was saying, we want a public SBOM, and so jupiter1.com/SBOM is their live SBOM, right? It's a cloud-based product, which means there are very frequent builds, so you get the live build. But I also want to zoom out a little bit and talk about some of the Cavalry mission, which is, it is our job to hold people's hands and walk them down the path for better security. We can't just say, right, do security now and we'll beat you, right? Nerd harder.
We haven't tried that. Who says that doesn't work? We haven't tried that approach out.
But I think one of the there are companies that just have very natural aversions to sharing anything, right? There's no, okay, part of it is there's massive amounts of tech debt, so they don't want to show that they have been shipping old stuff. And part of it is just culture, right? So my lawyer says I shouldn't do this, and I don't know or care enough. I haven't talked to my customers enough to push back. So one of the things that we've done is sort of try to push back on why it has to be secret. There's a great myth-busting document on the NTI website that sort of pushes back against that. But the other thing we can do is to say, you don't want to make it public, it's okay. Why don't you try to figure out what access control at scale looks like for your thousands of customers? And yeah, you just need to make sure that all your customers have access to it in a timely fashion, and it can integrate into all of your customers' security tools. And by the time they start to think about how complex it's going to be to engineer a way to share it safely, they'll realize this is just a lot easier to share it directly. So there are ways that we can use some jujitsu to get people to be more comfortable with sharing.
At the end of the day, you're moving around XML and JSON files. This isn't exactly rocket science. There's lots of ways to do this. Obviously you could email them, doesn't scale. Okay, nobody wants to see that. You could put it on your website, probably doesn't scale either. It's a good first step. You could actually set up your own servers and have those servers, they're nothing but repos for SBOMs. That's now getting into the place where you want to be. There's commercial activities like Archivist is one of them. Which one am I? OpenC, whatever, C3, whatever. Some of them that do distribution. There's even an OWASP project to establish an open API So all of these repos will have the same API, RESTful API, so you can just reach out and automatically with programs like Daggerboard, once you indicate, I want to fetch this one, it constantly fetches it and updates it and brings it in. And so it is definitely moving into that walk-run area where this can start to be really, really useful. So we talked about where we've been, we talked about where we are. What's next? Where are we going with SBOMs? What do you guys want to see? What do you think we're going to do? Alan, what is CISA going to do with SBOMs now that we're here?
Well, so as I mentioned, the current status is we're all able to sort of start moving this direction. The longer term vision is really integration and automation. And that sort of means, hey, we've got to have interoperability. Those are fun challenges. They're engineering challenges. They're also business challenges, policy challenges, and also massive opportunities. So, you know, I love that Daggerboard, and hopefully you'll talk a little more about how you're going to integrate this into asset management, because that's where we need to be going. I've talked about briefly these 4 work streams that CISA is going to be mentioning. I'm going to start repeating an email address if you'd like to be involved and you're not on my mailing lists. sbom@cisa.dhs.gov. What was that, Alan? sbom@cisa.dhs.gov. Just send me a note. We'll sign you up for these work streams. And then, of course, the other fun thing is let's start building things.
And that's kind of where we're winding down here at this point. But I do want to point out that what we need is more open sourcing. We need more community involvement. This is a call to arms. All of you need to get involved, producing, creating tools, making SBOMs, making them available. This is a big project. It's certainly not what I thought the first day Alan started this. Okay, it is a giant tidal wave that we all need to get behind and help. What do we do for the cyber poor who are out there? How do we get them in a good place? Okay, they need help. There is a hospital that's in Ohio. Well, as a medical device manufacturer, we always refer to HDOs, health delivery organizations, like it's this monolithic thing. They're all the same. Like they're all Mayo Clinic or New York Presbyterian or an organization that's large and doing things correctly. They're not. They're a spectrum. So they go from that far extreme to this hospital in Ohio where the same guy who mows their lawn sets up their network. I'm not kidding. This is the case. And everything in between. How do we help those people? All of them. They all matter, especially those little guys. They don't have the resources, the knowledge, the funding to do this. It's all incumbent upon us to put these tools out there, get the information in front of them, lower the bar so they can adopt this stuff. Think about this. It's your responsibility. These gentlemen started the ball rolling. The rest of us are just rolling along with them, and I'm including all of you in that as well, too. Last words. Alan, you were last. I'm going to start with you first.
sbom@cisa.dhs.gov.
I don't have anything to promote besides check out our GitHub, but just to touch on what Chris said, yeah, I actually used to work for a hospital in Kansas, and we would buy a lot of those small hospitals from rural Kansas that were tiny, and the first things that would happen after you bought these hospitals was they got hit with ransomware. Man, what do we do now? Because no one can do anything. And so they didn't really have much IT there. And this is where SBOM really helps us. Let's get SBOM out there. Let's find out what's in these environments. Let's help these smaller hospitals figure this out.
Adam.
Yeah. I guess just contribute. Right now, you know, we have our day jobs, and now that we've deployed something on GitHub as open source, we have outsiders telling us to, hey, can you fix this? Can you fix that? But we have our day jobs. We also need to, you know, work for the, you know, at New York Presbyterian. So please help us out.
This matters. This is important. We don't have any other way to do this. When you look at those black boxes, you don't know what's in them. Nobody does. Even the experts like myself, I'd have to tear it apart and spend weeks on that one version to find out what's really in there. A lot of work, a lot of effort. We need to lower the bar on this. We have a huge installed base of really crappy products out there. In the medical device industry, we specialize in that. We've got hospitals that have 30-year-old components in it. All right? 30-year-old components. How secure do you think those really are? They're not. We're looking at all of you. Think about this. This matters. This could save lives. This will save lives as we go forward. So whatever industry you're in, make certain you're looking at this. Ask your vendors for SBOMs. Whatever you're writing, even if it's a diary app that you're going to release, out to the App Store, ask your vendors that you're using, where's your SBOM? Ask this, keep that ball rolling, keep it going. I want to thank all of you for the gift of your time here today to listen to us, and we hope to see you in our meetings.
So obviously this is super valuable, especially for the target-rich cyber poor we discussed yesterday. They may not be able to buy new things or hire new people, but they can at least know what they're getting in these obsolete or older technologies and know, am I affected? Where am I affected when the next Log4j happened? The bad news on some of these hospitals is now 7-8 months later, some of them still don't have a commitment on what's in the software, when are they getting a patch. So we're on a journey, we're crawl, walk, running. But this wasn't merely about SBOM and the great work here. I just want to look at these two developers and the attitudes. We keep hearing from thought leaders in cybersecurity that SBOM's too hard. No one can do it. No one can make use of it. They say, screw it, let's just build something. And part of this was a meta hint that I wonder if part of the next phase of the Cavalry is we start teaming up more with software developers, open source contributors, and that this is just one of maybe dozens of projects that could help wastewater treatment, could help oil and gas, could help the target-rich cyber poor and the food supply. And I kind of like their attitudes. I kind of like the contribution, and I kind of like the idea that instead of just pointing out problems, we might be able to create the tool chains that the private sector is not yet willing to do. So this is a hint and a nudge, not just to take SBOMs and maybe put the known exploited vulnerabilities list in it so that they can target more specifically, but also what tools could you ask for, build, or contribute to and advocate for. So this is a hint maybe for the future of the Cavalry.
We're going to be outside if you want to talk with us after this presentation, if you got any other questions. Right now, if you don't want to voice in public right now, it's a Q&A period. Questions? We don't have any portable mics.
I haven't been on the discussion list, so have you been thinking about, and I'm already well familiar with SBOMs, Josh may not recognize me, but he'll know me in a minute. Have you thought about, when you're talking about cloud transparency, other aspects that aren't just software management, tying it into information security policies at the organization that's building the software? As a CISO type role, I get asked by people about the practices in our organization, and everybody sends me a one-off questionnaire with 150 questions that there's no standard for. And I'd love to have a standard form that's SBOM-like to give them to say, here's the change management control practices we follow.
5 terms for hospitals to use in contracting with medical device suppliers. And it talks all about the different cybersecurity expectations. The most dysfunctional relationship ever is hospitals to medical device manufacturers, always has been. Been doing this 50 years, it's been horrible. I'm trying to make it better. I know a lot of other people are too. It's kind of our goal. We're starting with cybersecurity, but this goes into a lot of different places. So how do you do this? So when you get those questionnaires, MDS squared, of course, obviously you're going to be filling that out, obviously, but the custom ones we're trying to minimize. If we can get them to align to things like this MC squared, that will be a much quicker way to answer, much less burden on the manufacturer, and a much better position we'll all be in.
So on the idea of enhancing SBOM, I haven't seen a lot of discussion around specific security features, although measurement of security features is one of my key passions, which is how do I sort of quickly and cheaply determine security features. Where we security process, where I actually got the source from, and having each of those artifacts signed along the way. The challenge is how do we put enough semantic value into that data so that we can enforce it at policy level? Otherwise, it just turns into a paperwork exercise. What we want to do, and there are organizations, including SolarWinds today, which is sort of saying, here's the policy, and we're not going to let code go live until it's checked all these boxes.
And one thing that the 2 major formats that we've influenced in NTIA are Cyclone DX and SPDX. They are both in motion. And generally, if one does something good, the other one does something good and copies it. I'd argue that you go out. I'm not going to tell you which one's better. I have my opinions. Let you find your own. But Cyclone DX does have some of the stuff you're talking about in separate artifacts. Hopefully SPDX will answer that, and everybody will keep motion, and we'll have ways to Rosetta Stone all that information together, because that's where we need to be.
So I think we've just got 2 minutes.
I'll be quick. I have a really basic kind of SBOM question, I guess, within policy. Is there anything in the executive order or anywhere else that kind of mandates the existence of SBOMs for federally funded software or products or that sort of thing that exists right now where that's going to be coming down the line?
Legacy?
Thank you. Yeah, or going forward, either way.
So the Executive Order 14028 from 2021 mandates that everything the U.S. government buys will ultimately have to have an SBOM. The mechanism is first, it's going to be a memo from OMB that's going to come out soon, and ultimately it's going to be part of the federal acquisition rules. There's also some language in the draft NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, that is going to apply to a couple different parts, including DoD land. Happy to chat more about this.
And one last thing in medical device, right now in Senate is, it's already out of the House, is the Patch Act. I see someone who knows this. Okay, good. They added a rider on there that says not only is all the cybersecurity work needs to be done for release of the product, and that includes SBOM, but also all the existing legacy product out in the field.
One more question? Can we do one more question? One more question, since we're taking up lunch.
Great, thanks. Is it a reasonable step for medical device manufacturers to just put that in the MDS2s, like the SBOM details, kind of as a baby step to having more of a live stream?
There are
feed?
questions in the MDS2 about if you have an SBOM and all that. It's not a great place to do it. It's not in a format that's easily machine readable. So let's say I've got JavaScript is the basis of my device in some way form. I may have 2, 3, 4, 10,000 references. Doesn't really work in that. You want to stick to one of the markup languages, JSON or XML, that can be easily sourced, consumed. We're out of the days of emailing and texting each other to each other. If I have to open up Excel to pull something out of it, ain't going to happen. Right? Not going to be scalable. So flag that you've got one, even point to the URL where it can be fetched, but no.
Well,
thank you, everybody.
thank
We'll
you
be
all for
outside.
joining us. If you want to come up, we're going to be on the balcony overlooking the pool, overlooking the fire pits, to have a little meetup. And I've got stickers. Who doesn't love stickers?
Hello, BSides. Good afternoon and welcome back. This afternoon, we're going to have a session, ICS Security Assessments 101, and how to Fox iTestis. So, a few announcements. We'd like to thank our sponsors, our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Google, Palo Alto. Our gold sponsors, Google, Intel, and Blue Cat. With their support, supportive donors, all of our sponsors and volunteers that help make this event happen. So thank you to everyone. And we're glad to see you back this year, so glad for you to be here, and for those that are joining online. If you have cell phones, if you're in the room, if you could please silence your cell phones. No photography without permission of the speaker. Questions will be taken at the end. There will be a microphone here, so if you do have a question, please feel free to come forward with those at the end of the session. So with that, this is I Am The Cavalry, and I'm going to pass it over to Yael. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can hear me well there? Yeah, okay. So, welcome, thanks for coming. I'm Yael, I'm a security consultant working at Bishop Fox. And today I'll be presenting an introduction to IC security assessments. So let's begin with who am I not. I am not an ICS security expert, but before you leave the talk, before I begin, let me explain why this talk. Over the past 8-9 years that I've been working on cybersecurity, I have done several penetration testings and other security assessments where clients sometimes come to us and ask for us to perform or to include ICS components into these security assessments. So usually our approach is to avoid this because, you know, it's critical infrastructure and can be broken, can be something that failed, and that's not good, right? However, I have done some research on this, and the aim of this talk is not to give a methodology per se, because there are a lot of material out there that you can check it out regarding methodology and how to approach this kind of infrastructure. The idea of this presentation is to provide, from my consultative experience, some examples that fit in each of these steps of the methodology, so you can figure out, what can you do when you face this kind of infrastructure. So I'm not presenting new cool hacks for PLCs or something like that, but I did include some technical demos just to keep it spicy. So first of all, what is ICS? According to the NIST Special Publication 837, ICS refers to multiple components that can be found in the industrial sectors and critical infrastructure. This includes sensors, actuators, software, hardware, and so on. Basically, it refers to everything that controls physical processes, and usually there are physical actuators in there to process data, give an output, and make a physical change into an industrial component. Some examples of those, probably you have heard of many of these ones. We have supervisory control and data acquisition, or SCADA, which usually are software installed on a computer, and it allows users to track information that is coming from different kinds of equipment. This software also allows to perform operations or changing the programming of these components. We also have distributed control systems, or DCS, which are a gathering of control components to be managed in a distributed manner instead of individually. We have programmable logic controllers, or PLCs, which are most of the common ICS components that you will hear. And this is basically hardware with programmable memory that allows to process an input, doing some internal processing, and generate an output with this. RTUs basically are hardware connectors between SCADA and DCS systems. Well, we may have more control components, which are basically distributed in a layer structure from the physical layers until the corporate network that we will be analyzing in a moment. But are these systems secure? As you may know, no system is secure, at least not all the time. ICS is not the exception. Actually, they tend to be even more insecure due to different factors and problematics that we can find that differ a little bit from what we ordinarily see in IT. Some of this is the inherent design. these control components generally are not meant to be secured. They don't have security built on these devices. Why? Well, because vendors had other problematic at the time. They focus on operation and make the operation not fall to continue. And these systems were never meant to be connected or interconnected in the internet that we are living today. These systems are really old, so basically that's why the security is not built in. So because of that, we have, for instance, no controls for any authorization or confidentiality or integrity, and this allows to perform different attacks that you may see on the internet. There are a lot of talks and YouTube videos regarding how you can inject into these protocols, how you can intercept or modify the operation of these devices. However, we also have implementation flaws. Besides the inherent lack of security design in these systems, when we implement those components into our IoT network, we have also some implementation flaws. For instance, IT and OT may be incorrectly or insufficiently segregated or isolated one of each other. Maybe more hosts that we intended for have access to these OT devices. We may have also hardening issues such as default credentials, lack of credentials, you name it. And what is more important is that we may think why vendors doesn't implement nowadays security into these devices. Reality is that industries usually have little ability to include security controls into ICS components. So because of all that, generally, when we got access to OT devices, that already means compromise. But so how can we attack or how can we assess this kind of components? I have included here 3 main categories. You can find more in the literature of PLCs and highly controlled environments methodology. For the sake of this presentation, I took research, which generally is made by an external entity or for vendors, where the main goal is to test specific functionalities, new releases, new components, to find ODAs, new vulnerabilities, all from the point of view of the research. That doesn't mean that we as a security professionals can do this. If we have a research area, we may have contacts with different vendors that could facilitate us to have these components and to test them with this specific goal. We also have cybersecurity assessments, which can be done from a consultative perspective. And the idea here is not to find new vulnerabilities or ODAs. The idea here is to doing not an intrusive test, not an active test, but we want to check that the implemented or the deployed components have actually met best practices, that they are hardened, that there are policies and procedures not only in paper, but they are applied both to IT and OT. We have access control and many other things. And then we can move to a more active testing. That could be a pen test or a red team, also from the consulting point of view. And well, the goal is, like every other pen test, is to gain access, to persist, to pivot, to find vulnerabilities that can be exploited, or we can maybe emulate a known threat, or to achieve custom goals that the client is requiring. So how can we test these components the right way? And I mean the right way because the reality is that these systems are prone to fail. And we may broke something. That's natural on this kind of environments. So the methodological approach we follow must take this into consideration. And we always should keep in mind that we must avoid causing unacceptable impact on operations. So does that mean that we can actually cause any damage to operations? Well, we don't want, but as I mentioned, it is a possibility, and that can happen. So we must plan on this so we don't actually disrupt critical components. If we have the right conditions of when, where, and what to test, we can avoid causing an acceptable damage to critical components. And finally, one thing we should care about as a consultant is that we need to prioritize efficient risk reduction. I will dig a little bit more into this later in the reporting section. But the idea is that we want to address the issues we found in a way that actually provides value to our clients. So let's dig a little bit into the methodology. Dan Weber from Curate Security established these steps as part of their methodology. I took this as an input, and the idea is not to dig deeper into these steps, but again, the idea of the presentation is to provide some examples that fit on each of these steps. So the first one is security effort prioritizations. What we want in this step is to understand the security requirements the organization has. What policies exist on the plant or the industry, both for IT and OT? Is there any segregation, isolation? Do we have access control, assets inventory? Do we have incident response and recovery process and procedures? We need to start with this because if we don't have these initial steps, chances are that we won't be able to dig further into more active testing, because it won't provide any real value to a client if there is an initial step on their security posture. So oftentimes organizations may ask for a penetration testing or a red teaming in their industrial components, but probably we need to work with the client and rescope this assessment so we can find a way we can provide actual value to the things we are assessing. The next step is process familiarization. Here we can do architecture and physical reviews, inspect processes through walkthroughs in the plant or in the processes. Interviews with the main stakeholders is one of the key points of this kind of assessments. We need to talk with the people that are actually executing these processes and understanding how they are working, what processes are really in place, not only in paper. So if we have the previous step, if we know already that there are policies and procedures, we can test on them. If there is segregation and isolation stated on paper, we can test that. We can make sure that this segregation is actually applying to OT and IT. So how can we do that? We can do this by leveraging some published frameworks. Most of the, one of the most famous is the NIST cybersecurity framework, which states some domains, categories, and subcategories. This is used in order to evaluate the security model of the organization that we are assessing in order to understand what is the maturity of this security program. It is not a one-size-fits-all approach. However, we need to customize the assessment we are performing for the specific industry we are dealing with. Also, it is worth mentioning that these cybersecurity assessments can be really complex, can be a whole assessment by itself, not just a step on the methodology. Why? Because it requires a deep understanding not only of security. We need to understand architecture, we need to understand technologies, we need to understand the processes and policies that the organization is using or applying to their systems. Imagine we are telling people that has been working with this kind of devices for more than 30 years, and we just go there and tell them, you have no authentication for your protocol. You need to implement security here, here, here. You need to change the way you operate. That's probably not going to happen if we don't understand that. Again, as I mentioned before, security sometimes is not on the side of the clients, or they have little ability to implement security like this in their systems. So we need to understand the technical and not so technical aspects of their jobs in order to provide real value, what we are recommending to fix. Also, people on ICS security, and ICS, sorry, usually appreciate when security consultants or security experts understand the different approaches that IT and OT have, the different problems they could face. So how does a cybersecurity assessment looks like? Looks like a spreadsheet. Sometimes it can be a tedious work. It is indeed. And in this first image, I'm showing requesting, yeah, it's kind of little, but the idea is this is an information gathering request for a client where we want to know what procedures, what documentation, what they have for different domains based on the NIST cybersecurity framework. We want to know if they have access control policies, if they have security or audit procedures, if they have assets inventory. So we are requesting for this information, so then we can leverage the cybersecurity framework using the categories and subcategories to review the documentation and find possible gaps into the implementation of these components. Here we can leverage also the interviews we have or the walkthroughs in the plant, because it is not a checklist. We should not take this as a checklist. Okay, they have policies for access control. They have asset inventory. Okay, check. It's not just that. We have to make sure that the inventory is covering not only IT, they are covering the OT components that are actually deployed on the plant, and make sure that they are complaining with it. It's not an auditory, it's a cybersecurity assessment. So we need to find those gaps and see how can they improve their security model. But we can not only rely on spreadsheets. There are also tools out there that can help us to leverage these kind of assessments. One of those is the cybersecurity evaluation tool. It is by the Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency. And the awesomeness of this tool is that it allows to load different frameworks that are published for SCADA and other process control components. We can leverage these frameworks loaded into a matrix as it was an interview. And what is more important, it allows to customize these interviews or these questions that we may ask to the organization. So we don't always need to perform a whole CSA. And again, this can be really complex, really time consuming, and an assessment itself by a client that probably they want to buy it or they can afford it. But we have to do process familiarization always to better understand the organization from a cybersecurity perspective. Why? Because this will allow us to do very important questions that will help us to go deeper into more active testing. For instance, we will know what is the most important part of their plant. What happens if one or several critical processes they have breaks down or fails? What happens if it fails for 5 minutes, 1 hour, a week? Some processes may fail because of their nature, but others can cause even death of people if they fail for even 1 minute. So we need to understand that. We need to know if they have segregated networks, if they have access control for the control components or the critical infrastructure limited to a specific host or specific components. We also need to know if they have laboratory environments. This is really important when we want to test critical processes that cannot be tested online. So these important questions will help us to go deeper into the methodology. So then, after process familiarization, we can move forward to a passive information gathering. Here, we can include monitor network communications. This can be done online or offline. We can do test hardening, or we can test best practices that the components that are deployed are meeting specific best practices for these protocols, components, and so on. And we can also include hardware hacking and IoT, depending on what is implemented on their critical infrastructure. To do we have, well, several tools, both automated, or we can do manual testing. We can do or leverage scripting that many other people have published on GitHub. And there are also vendor solutions that implement this kind of threat monitoring, by doing a constant review of the network communications within within OT. Sorry. So let's talk about a little bit about protocols, interfaces, and instruments in the ICS systems. They use different protocols for real-time communications. Most of them are really old. They were first designed for serial communications. Later on, they implemented their TCP/IP versions. And for instance, let's take Modbus as an example, which is one of the oldest protocols we can find of the on ICS components. This dated from the 70s, and well, it was meant to communicate with PLCs, initially through serial communications, later on with TCP/IP, and the idea is to modify the programming of these components. We can find these different protocols also in a layer structure, depending on what we are seeing. If we're seeing actuators, PLCs, SCADA systems, or other systems that can talk different protocols to communicate with different ICS components. And well, this is a little demo. I think it can be seen, more or less. Okay. The idea here is to analyze a packet capture from Modbus communications. So we need to know a few things about the protocols we are analyzing. In this case, Modbus lacks of authentication and lacks of encryption. So we only need an IP address and a valid function code in order to create a Modbus session. So for instance, in serial communications, Modbus uses broadcast to basically, this means that with one simple function call, we can cause a denial of service condition because it is broadcasted through the entire network. So again, this protocol was designed for programming and modifying PLCs, RTUs, and other control components. And leveraging this, we can inject basically malicious code into these components or modify the programming of these components. In the GIF here, what we are doing is analyzing this Modbus operation. We discriminate by IP, and the package is sent between these hosts. And if we go back a little bit into the process familiarization and the information gathering, if we have a valid asset inventory, we can leverage this and identify if these communications are happening between valid or allowed devices, or maybe we are seeing an unidentified device that is talking with our control components and actually modifying their programming. That could be interesting to further analyze. It could be a system that is not inventory, or maybe it's a real attack. We don't know, but we can further investigate if we have the previous steps done. So in the analysis, we have two codes, code 5, which is a writing function, and a 90, which is a custom code that can be used for several things. However, there's an actual vulnerability in one Schneider Electric component that uses this 90 code to overwrite the programming of the component. So again, if we are not using these operations, that can be something to analyze further or to investigate further. Now, talking about active testing, normally, if you can access or scan the OT, it's already game over. This is a phrase once a friend told me. This guy is an actual ICS security expert. And what he means is that even the most basic scanning, most basic and non-intrusive scanning on a PLC or a hardly control network can be pretty dangerous. That can be cause denial of service all along the network and the components. So when we are doing active testing, we need to understand what consequences it can have. We can stop processes, we can cause some damage to physical equipment, and we can also even kill people in some extreme cases, depending on what we are testing or what we are assessing. So to avoid these potential damages, we need to leverage, or we can leverage staging or lab environments. We can use redundancy. If there is redundancy for critical components, we don't test what is in production, or we don't test the only point of failure that could break something really important for the industry. So also we can select best times of testing. Maybe there's a window where we can test these processes and nothing critical will happen. If we do the interviews before, probably the main stakeholders will let us know when we can test better these components. And it is important also, it is not on the slide, but we also need to know our tools. We need to be very careful with the offset we do with our testing tools. We need to know how to customize them to adequate it to the environment we are testing, and not just throwing tools that we find on GitHub or so. So within active testing, we can do many things. We start, of course, with basic enumeration, as any other security assessment. But we don't scan for all ports. We don't do an nmap minus p minus. We can cause a denial of service. Sometimes there are some components that have open ports expecting to receive updates or a programming instructions. And again, we don't have authentication at all in these protocols. So by sending random data using nmap or whatever tool, we can cause these devices to interpret that as an instruction. It will change configuration and it will crash. So we don't want to do that. There are also several tools and scripts out there in GitHub and other both free and from vendors solutions that can or try to do this basic enumeration. The ideal, it depends again on where and what we are testing. The ideal is to follow a more manual approach, or to know really well our tools and how to personalize and to use them in certain environments. The high-level methodology is to do a network sniffing, follow with an RAP scan, do nmap to specific ports. We look for management interfaces. We don't look for specific ICS control components protocols yet. And we do network analysis. It can be both online and offline. And then we can follow custom attacks, provided we are careful what we are testing, where and when. Other thing we can do with active testing is full feature scans. Some of the vendors of specific control components will provide some audit files that could be loaded into specific tools. For instance, the Bandolier project from Digital Bonds, they created some of these audit files to be loaded on Nessus and to analyze a specific, I think it was Modbus protocol. And Nessus itself included a function called ICS SCADA Smart Scanning. But as Rapid7 states, it could break something. So even with that features, we need to be careful and we need to understand how they are working. For this specific case, the idea is that whenever Nessus finds an ICS component, it stops scanning, so they don't bring things. But in order to identify that there is an ICS control component there, Nessus already touched it, and this touch could cause a damage. So we need to be careful with that. Another thing we can do is secondary application testing. In this case, if we found management interfaces in these control components, we can perform a basic web application testing. We can see if those interfaces are protected by password, for instance. If they are, to analyze if they have weak passwords or default passwords. And for instance, well, we need to remember that the attacker will take the easiest path. Not necessarily they will start attacking ICS protocols, because that could be really dangerous, even for an attacker. And it could go just by testing the web applications that are published and are accessible for anyone from the corporate network, for instance. In this case, we are seeing some two interfaces, one from a Honeywell IntelliDocs system, which is for gas detection, and the other one is a Torque automation portal. These devices have default and weak credentials and basically allow access as a domain user, and they allow to modify the network configuration of these devices. Depending on how and where they are deployed, this could be really dangerous if they are detecting critical components. So, and then we can move with ICS exploitation. Again, when we do exploitation in ICS, it's not the same as a normal penetration testing. We want to follow an approach of a means to an end. We don't want to exploit things that the client or the industry already know they are vulnerable to. We don't want to arrive at the organization and tell them, okay, I can inject in your Modbus protocol. They already know that. I mean, there's a lot of information on that. We need to be very careful why we are exploiting certain things. Maybe we want to assess the actual risk of a critical process. The client wants us to show the actual risk to exploit something in that critical process. And what, again, we can use different tooling meant for this kind of components. And it will be always dangerous to use this tooling without the proper OPSEC on those. So we also have the manual testing. As mentioned before, there are a lot of protocols, components, configurations, network. We have some different things there that we need to be careful of. We need to understand the context. We need to have a testing methodology, and then we can start scanning or attacking. As Dan Weber mentioned, we start testing passively and we escalate safely. So knowing the industry and understanding what are the context or what is the context and the needs of the clients we are assessing, it's necessary for us to perform an efficient risk reduction recommendations and not only ask our clients to fix everything or to include security in everything. And we need to remember that reach of these systems probably means already game over. We don't want to just came to the organization and tell them what they already know. We need to find different ways to provide actual value to these clients. And if you want more, I have some references for you, some talks, some documents, some do-it-yourself things, and some tooling on GitHub. And that's it. If you have any questions, you can ping me on Twitter or ask here.
Okay, so sometimes I role play, and let's start by saying I am not going to be attacking or critiquing his talk. One of the things I tell the cavalry folks is that sometimes the opposite of a profound truth is not a lie, but another profound truth. And together you have a greater truth. And sometimes we have cognitive dissonance. So to connect this to Chris Hoff's keynote yesterday about fragile versus resilient versus anti-fragile, if even scanning these environments is dangerous, and therefore we choose not to prove how dangerous that is, because the client wouldn't want us to break things, that's a truth. And it's dangerous. So do you believe an adversary from North Korea, Russia, or even an accident from a ransom crew would use kid gloves and just not actually sneeze on these things? So one of the things we wrestled with at CISA, and we made the CISA.gov bad practices, was that the use of unsupported end-of-life software is dangerous in critical infrastructure. Now, that is not to lack empathy for the fact that these are really old devices. They are very mission critical. If you break that mine might shut down forever. And if it's that fragile, are we resilient? That's not a rhetorical question. If it's that fragile, are we resilient? And back to his other truth, that these things, once you get physical access, there's no authentication. You can just inject all the Modbus traffic you want. We tend to believe in an air gap, and they rarely were ever there. But now every single one of your employers has a digital transformation officer who's deliberately adding remote telemetry, bidirectional, predictive analytics, predictive maintenance, to be able to avail themselves of data science and machine learning and other good things. But the assumptions that we're safe because of an air gap are gone. So the world has changed, and adversaries are now being more brazen, and they are attacking water and food supply. And while it is incredibly disruptive to maybe physically break some of this old equipment, the only thing harder than planned change management window is unplanned change management window. And during the pandemic on the vaccine supply chains, we didn't have the luxury of hoping that no one would sneeze. So I don't know what to do about it. But what I know is when you look at a consultant being hired by an enterprise, we're looking at the stakeholders' wants and needs and fears and what's off limits. But when you add in other players like actual adversaries or the people who need the water, the oil and gas, the electricity, the timely access to patient care, there's a lot more people affected. So we're in a very uncomfortable space. And part of what I'm asking the cavalry to do is we should not just walk past these fragile, brittle, unscannable systems and say that's as good as we can get. There's no money. And Congress is increasingly getting appetite. So I don't have an answer for it, but take everything he shared, which is valuable, true, and compare it to now what do we do when anyone can sneeze on these things, or just even port scanning them may be too violent an act. Do you feel safe that the critical infrastructure is resilient? Don't know what to do about it, but I want us to simmer in that discomfort.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, BSides. Welcome back. Been a long day, so thank you for hanging in there with us. This will be the last session in this room. After this session, I Am The Cavalry will move upstairs to higher ground. And we'll make an announcement afterwards, but for those that are here now, that's the plan. So this is the I Am The Cavalry, BSides Las Vegas. Thanks to our sponsors, so our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto, gold sponsors, Amazon, Invisium, PlexTrack, and all of our other sponsors, donors, volunteers that made today possible. And thank you for coming back and joining us in person. We're so happy to see your faces. Courtesy, please make sure that your cell phones are turned off into silent mode. This is being live streamed live. If there's questions online, you can put them in the chat. If you do have questions, there will be a microphone here. You may come up and ask your questions. There will be time at the end as well to ask your questions. And then just a friendly reminder about photos, making sure that you have permission before you take photos of anybody that's in that photo. So with that, I am going to pass it off to Ray and Adrian, and they're just left my screen. They're not from the government, but they're here to help you help them. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And if anybody for some reason wants to take my picture, you have my permission. I want to speak to the people that are watching online. I'm assuming this is going to be recorded. Okay. So this webcast was recorded at 3:03 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Things may have changed since that time, but I will still be giving my talk. That's from, if you ever listen to NPR on the radio, they do these timestamps. So we are not from the government. We are here to help you. This is my new best friend, Adrien Auger, who's going to talk about the Cyber Peace Institute. But in the meantime, I'm going to tell you about the Michigan Cyber Civilian Corps. We're going to talk a little bit about civilian cyber defense in general. So I want to tell you a little bit of sort of who I am, why I'm interested in cybersecurity. I started my career in cybersecurity back when Al Gore invented the internet. I was in graduate school at Purdue in the early 80s, and the undergraduates went away. I think it was in 1982, the undergraduates went away in the summer, and when they came back, all of us graduate students had been playing with the 3270 terminals that had sprouted up all around campus, and we read thousands of pages of man pages and learned how to use Unix. So that's how long I've been around computers. I only used it as a tool. I wasn't in cybersecurity back then, because the kind of cybersecurity we practiced was making sure to lock your terminal before you went to the bathroom, because somebody was going to come back and put horrible ASCII art in your .profile, so next time you logged on, there would be, I mean, for as obscene as ASCII art can be, that would be on your terminal. So I got my graduate degree. I started working in industry for a company called Syntex. You probably haven't heard of it, but you've heard of the Sexual Revolution. They were the first marketer of oral contraceptives. And some of you may know the company that is now at their home address. Anybody know who is at 3401 Hillview Avenue in Palo Alto? It's now the home address of VMware. So Syntex doesn't live there anymore, VMware is there. And Xerox Palo Alto Research Center is right across the street. So it was an amazing time to be learning about computers. But Syntex is no more. I was a pharmaceutical scientist for about 20 years. I worked for Pfizer. Some of you have probably heard of Pfizer. They've been in the news in the past couple of years. So I live in Kalamazoo, Michigan. That's where there's a vaccine plant in Kalamazoo. So I worked for them for 20 years. I saw the value in the dark side, and I went over to IT. I participated in a project to take away admin privileges from 18,000 R&D employees of Pfizer globally. And you might notice I don't work for Pfizer anymore. That's not why. But so I was very interested in cybersecurity as I started taking SANS courses. When I assisted my employer with their downsizing activities, we had a retraining allowance, and I fell in with a group of people at SANS, and started doing facilitation. I got a bunch of certifications, that sort of thing. I even got hired at SANS, helped them spin up a master's degree. So I was around security for sort of a long time, and it was exciting. But, you know, these days, things are changing. And we have COVID, we have ransomware, we have all kinds of other uncertainty. And this really is my motto these days. I am a dancer, or I started dancing again. The love like you've never been hurt, you know, if you've never been hurt in love, you know, bless your heart. But the credits up there, I don't like to use pictures without credits, so poetic boredom, I think, is where I got that. And I think the soundtrack should be Life During Wartime, burned all my notebooks, right? So things are kind of depressing. I mean, you heard the thank you for joining us back here in person. It's been a very long time. I went to ShmooCon in March, and it was really weird because everybody has masks on, and you know, you see the same people every year, but I'm not used to looking at their eyes. And you all have beautiful eyes, and I remember you, but you know, it's really difficult to know who to give a big hug to. So just give big hugs to everybody, okay? That actually is pretty good advice. So how do we, knowing that everything is going to hell in a handbasket, what are we going to do? And one of my personal heroes is Mr. Rogers. I think Mr. Rogers is a badass. Mr. Rogers figured out there was a need to be met, and he petitioned a large organization to make a change in their policy so that he could build a team to address that need. Some of you know the story. His thing was children, and he thought that TV was the way to minister to children, to communicate with them, but he established a program to help children specifically, and he had to get a large organization, the Presbyterian Church of the United States, to change their policies. I don't want to talk about religion or anything like that, but the fact is, you know, he's a pretty badass guy for being Mr. Rogers. I think the thing that we do in the MIC3, the Michigan Cyber Civilian Corps, is we help the helpers. We interoperate with the National Guard, law enforcement, other people, cyber defenders. We also do some training. We train the trainers. And the bottom line message here, something that I have learned in the past couple of years, or, you know, I knew this, but it's been brought home, is that feelings drive behavior. I would love to think that, I have a PhD in engineering, okay? I think about things very logically. I'm sure all of us in this room think we do, but the fact is that feelings drive behavior. We're not as rational as we think. So we do still have to use rational facts, all that sort of thing, but remember, as we approach people, the feelings matter a lot. So, there's a problem. We look around in Michigan, who needs help? If we're going to help public entities, how big is the problem? In Michigan, we have 2,500 plus public entities. And I have been told that about 500 of them have a contract with an MSP. So that leaves 2,000 entities that are all on their own. These are counties, cities, so any municipal division of government, plus we have school districts and we have other districts that have technology in them. So we'll have an intermediate school district or an educational district where you'll have a group of people that are responsible for supporting the technology. It's also true that sometimes, like an intermediate school district, the boundaries will overlap that of a county. So trying to organize a response in a situation like that is a real challenge. So we have 2,500 plus public entities and a lot of overlap. We have done, and I think this is more than many states have done, we recently did a multi-agency statewide exercise to test the response of all of the agencies in the state to see how well we would do. And does anybody want to venture a guess at how well we did? Anybody ever seen the Keystone Cops? Like, I was not in the emergency ops center, but you could tell there were people that probably had some notebooks on their shelf, and they were pulling them down and opening them for the first time in a very long time. So we had the way that worked was we had our state emergency ops center folks working, and we had some personnel changes in the upper management level. But as we got the third entity affected, you could just see things falling apart. And I would say, don't tell anybody, but you know, if there's a state around in the United States that wouldn't happen to, I'll be surprised. I mean, this is just normal kind of stuff. So we're trying to figure out how to prioritize, where to put our energies, and how to organize helping people who are in trouble. One of the themes that's been talked about here is the cyber poor, and this is a list not of all Michigan counties, because I can't find them all in this list, but if you look along there, this is the shape of that curve is fairly typical. We have, I think, 10 counties that are over 100,000, and then it drops off very precipitously. You see my county, Kalamazoo County, is number 5. We have a couple of 100,000 people. So there are some folks, Wayne County on the far left, that's Detroit. So you can see this is Detroit, Flint, Kalamazoo, Lansing are the ones. Those are the folks that, you know, they have a full IT staff. But the folks, you get out past about the 10th one, they may have one person, and if you get way far out to the right, and some of you know the geography of Michigan, we have one hand here, and then we have this one, and up here, that's the Upper Peninsula, and we all make fun jokes about our Yoopers that live up there, but there's not a lot of people. There's way more mosquitoes than people. And so finding cyber help up there is really difficult. We have, as an example, in the MIC3, we are fairly typically distributed, like the normal population. We have 3 members in the UP, in the Upper Peninsula. So we really do have some folks that need help. Often you'll have the IT person there, if they have one, is the kid that was really good in the math class in high school, right? And that's like, I say that fondly, you know, because bless their hearts. They got to change passwords. They got to make sure that everything works, and at the same time think about being secure. It's not going to happen. So we had exceptionally technically oriented government officials for a while, and they came up with an idea to utilize the cyber defense resources that we had in Michigan, because back when the Michigan Cyber Civilian Corps was organized around 2010, 2012, the main industry in Michigan, well, I just asked, if you think of Michigan, you probably don't think of computers. You think of the auto industry, probably. And the auto industry has had its ups and downs. And so when Rick Snyder, whose Twitter handle, by the way, is One Tough Nerd, so he thinks of himself as a techie guy, Governor Snyder worked with our chief technology officer, our chief information officer, who, and I get them mixed up, I think CIO was Dan Lorman, who now writes for InfoSec magazine. I think he writes some pretty good stuff. David Bean was the CTO. He now works for Lazy Boy, I believe. So we had a cadre of high-level government officials who thought this would be a good idea to organize a cyber defense group. So they created it in 2013. I actually found the YouTube video where he announced this we used to have the Governor's Cyber Summit. It was the North American International Cybersecurity Summit. It was held in Detroit, and it was international because you could see Canada across it wasn't like seeing Russia from Alaska, but we could at least see Canada. So he announced that we would form this group of volunteers, and it was in collaboration with something called the Merit Networks. Merit is a nonprofit in the United States. They were one of the first participants in creating the internet and distributing the internet across the United States. And I'm pretty sure when I went to Purdue in graduate school, Merit was providing our internet service. I don't know that for sure, but they've been around for forever. And they had hired a guy named Joe Adams from the National Defense University to come to Michigan, move back to Michigan, and start their cyber range. And this, there are people that have cyber ranges these days. And the idea is that you use the cyber ranges for training people. So they had the idea that they would take the cyber defense level of expertise that we have in Michigan and use the cyber range to provide training to those folks. And then they'd be able to use those people to respond in the event of a governor-declared cyber emergency. Governor-declared cyber emergency. In Michigan, we have a cyber disruption response plan that lists 5 levels of activation. The last level is when the governor declares a state of cyber emergency. And the conditions for that are that life and limb are at stake, like people might die. And around this time, we were talking about 2013, it took them actually a few years to get that started. So I don't know if you remember around 2007, I think, the Department of Energy got an electric generator, took it to Idaho and blew it up using packets. And that caused a lot of consternation, got a lot of publicity. And people, it was not that long, I don't remember which happened first, but there was the squirrel that took out the northeastern seaboard. So we knew about the fragility of the electrical grid. So the idea was the fear that we articulated as members was, okay, so a nation state takes out 2 power plants in the Upper Peninsula, that's the one up here, where it gets really cold, and people are going to die. Okay, cool. We are the Michigan Cyber Civilian Corps. We're going to respond to this. Now imagine, so you're a normal cyber defense person, and you get a call that a power plant has gone down, and you have to go help. Like, what are you going to do? I don't know this for sure. We never really went through a tabletop exercise on this, but it seemed to me that what we would mostly be doing would be handing out water bottles and, making sure medical care got to where it needed to be and that sort of thing. It wouldn't do, the thing you really need at that point is not people looking at packets. And anyway, you're probably not going to have a bunch of people you've never seen before come look on your network. As a member of the MIC3, I joined in 2015, I think, 2014, 2015. It was after I left SANS. They got accreditation for their master's degree, and they didn't need as many people as they had. And so I assisted them with their downsizing activities and volunteered to work for this group. The members were fairly frustrated because we didn't know what we were supposed to be doing. And we agitated. We got really lucky. One of our members got seconded to the state to be the chief information security officer, and he got a budget. So the next year we had SANS training. So if you want a hint on how you can make this happen, it's offer something valuable. And somehow that RFP never got out of the procurement system. I have no idea how procurement works at the state, but somebody did something. We got some SANS training. So in 2015, we negotiated with Merit to take over responsibility because the original vision, we had people already in the Corps that were more qualified than the training that Merit was offering. They were doing sort of beginner security, which is totally great. Very happy that they are doing it, but for our members it didn't work. So the state assumed responsibility. We gave, for those of you that are familiar with SANS training, we did Security 504, which is sort of the entry-level ethical hacking course. It also teaches you an incident response framework. They use prevent, identify, contain, eradicate, pickerel, restore, and lessons learned. I know NIST has different words, but it's the same thing. So so we gave 504. The next year we did monitoring, network monitoring, which we figured would teach people how to understand what a normal network looks like. And the year after that, we did network forensics, because this is personal prejudice. We have members that would love to do memory forensics. We'd love to go take a disk image and see what the malware looks like. But in terms of our job is to get public services back online. When a local government goes down, people may not be able to get their child support checks. They may not be able to file their marriage certificates. They can't. If they sell their house, they can't file the title, that sort of thing. This is what we're trying to. I don't want to say I don't care what the malware looks like, but I want to get people back. I want to get people back online so that they can live their lives. So, so we did network forensics, which is the way that you can determine where the infection is and get rid of it. Not so much about endpoint forensics, though I do have some members that would like to do that, and Wisconsin has a program that I'm hoping we can collaborate with and help some of our members get trained. We'll talk about that more. In 2017, the CISO of the state of Michigan was a guy named Chris DeRusha. Chris is now the federal CISO. He's in the White House. And he had come from the White House of the 44th president. So he had some contacts in the federal government to get some language around legislation. And in 2017, we got legislation passed called the Michigan Cyber Civilian Act. And you should look it up. If you're interested in doing something like this, you should look it up. I never thought I would be thankful to legislators, but they wrote it in a very flexible way. We have to have technical standards for our members. We have to have them background checked, but that's pretty much, and we have to have an advisory board that sets our processes, and of course we have to follow the processes that our advisory board sets. But our advisory board is people that are friendly to us, and I don't want to give anybody the impression that we're trying to manipulate anything, but it is just a really well-crafted piece of legislation. And to support that, I will say that Texas stole or borrowed, copy, pasted some of our language. They have a group called a Volunteer Incident Response Team, and they use some of the language in their legislation that created that. So it's pretty good legislation. It was amended in 2019, so if you look at it online, you'll see two dates. There's a 2018 effective date, 2020 effective date. The original legislation required that we do federal background checks, including FBI criminal background checks. And just as a heads up, an FBI criminal background check will flag youthful offender stuff. So if you were 13 and you pled guilty because, and were assured that the record would be expunged doesn't mean it goes away for forever. So we have it. The way our situation works, we have the state police review whatever comes up, and they get to say whether somebody passes their background check or not. I don't know what would flag somebody failing their background check, and I don't want to know because I don't want to have that conversation. But it happens that when the first legislation got signed, when the chief executive signs a bill, they like to have a photo op. So we wanted to have some of our members come sit behind Governor Snyder while he signed the legislation. And it was short notice. And the only person we could get was one guy who had been with the organization since Merit. So he was there, and there were a bunch of secretaries. If you look at the photo op, it's not really people with the MIC3, don't tell anybody. So we had one member there. And you can see what's coming. This is a member who, when he was young, was involved in something. He keeps trying to tell me about it. I don't want to know. But he couldn't be a member. So it's the thing that happened in 2019 is Brett's amendment. So Brett can now be an advisor. He can't go out and type in the keyboard, but he can give advice. He can know things. So I'm very proud that we were able to make that happen for him. And we try and take care of our members. I talk to our members for about an hour, a couple of times a year. I make a point to do that, to help understand their needs. So we went through all the logistics to make that happen, the benefits. We are now, the MIC3 is now included officially in the state cyber response plan and exercises of the plan, that multi-agency tabletop. I was a participant. We didn't have members participate because we kind of knew we wouldn't be doing much response, but we were officially included now. The members receive regular training and professional development. I sometimes say that the reason you want to form a community like this is so that you'll have somebody to laugh at your jokes. If you, who else are you going to tell that you got a UDP joke, but they might not get it, right? People in this room, well, yeah, okay, maybe we won't tell that one again. But I mean, like I said, feelings drive behavior. And if you can make people feel comfortable, they know they can pick up the phone and talk to somebody and check something out, it makes them feel a lot more comfortable. We also have had, I told you I talked to my members. Over 80% of my members have changed jobs in the past year. And a lot of that is because they know people, right? They get a clue about a job that's being posted. We're trying to get involved in K through 12. It is more difficult to corrupt the youth than it should be, but I'm working on it. My 12-year-old neighbor is watching my dog this time, and I left all my lock-picking stuff out, and Deviant's book, and a link to a YouTube video about picking locks. So, we're trying to do this. We're also going to go out. We have a grant from DHS to work with a marketing company in Michigan to put together some stuff for election security. And I'm hoping some of my members are going to be able to go out and sit with clerks as they present this information. So basically to provide some competence and be another person to stand up like they know something. There's a fair amount of value you can provide just by doing that, I think. So we have, members have to have 2 years of experience, they have to have a certificate, a certification, and I'm not going to argue about certifications, okay? I have many, so I know what they're worth. You don't have to convince me. We do ask them to go to their employer to get support for 10 days of participation. That counts training. And we're going to see how well that works. We have a face-to-face exercise coming up on August 26th, which is our first face-to-face in a couple of years. So I'm hoping people will wake up. We have not done SANS training in a while. We're using a company called Rangeforce, which I like a lot. I'll be happy to talk to you. I don't get anything from them. I don't get anything from anybody. I'm a public servant. The application process, I'll go through this fairly quickly. The member applies at our website. You have to give us your name and address, and now you have to register with the statewide identification system, which is called My Login. Everything in Michigan starts with MI, because Michigan, and it's pronounced My, so you may think in your state you have stuff, it's all My stuff. So you fill out, you give us your name, address, you get a My Login, and you give us your personal information, no credit cards. Then you take tests. We have 4 tests, which I'll admit need to be changed. They haven't changed in too long. We have beginning and advanced incident response and forensics. There's an initial test that's pretty much ports and protocols, basic networking. So if you pass that one, you get access to the basic IR and basic forensics. If you pass the basic one of either of those, you get access to the advanced one. Okay? 5 tests total, you have to pass 4. And I have enough history that I know which one people are going to fail. We know which questions are bad. I just don't have a test writer to change the test. I'd love to go to something like maybe Security Plus and have somebody else administer this, but we are where we are. I should say that the Michigan Cyber Civilian Corps is at a point of minimum viable product. For those of you that are familiar with entrepreneurial stuff, it's good enough to show people. It's not perfect, totally got problems, and you're welcome to tell me what the problems are, but it's good enough to throw out there and let people get ideas from it. So you have to pass 4 of the 5 tests. If you do that, like, I don't care about your documentation if you can't pass the tests, with all due respect. If you pass the test, then you send me a resume. You have to fill out a volunteer agreement, which includes non-disclosure. The employer agreement, which is not a legally binding document. It's a piece of paper that you take into your manager and say, hey, I want to do this. The reason it's not legally binding is, well, that would be a pain, but General Motors is, as an example, is located in Michigan. And I have members that work for General Motors. General Motors legal counsel is never going to let their manager sign a document like this. So we just blow it off. If people don't show up for activities for a period of time, we can declare them inactive and they won't get access to training, that sort of thing. So it's not a perfect solution, but it works. And once we have all the mandatory documentation, then we do the background check, because we don't want to, for obvious reasons, costs money, that kind of thing. When we operate, this is how we operate. If somebody gets whacked, they call the state police. We are not law enforcement. So they call the state police, and the state police vets the call. Maybe there's no criminal element, or maybe there is. They do the evidence thing, but law enforcement, as you know, doesn't help people recover. So we have a very good working relation. Michigan has, I don't know all the other states, Michigan has a really good cyber command department. The guy that runs it, First Lieutenant Jim Ellis, is always out of town going to other states talking about it. I love working with these guys because they're the ones that actually do their memory forensics. And they run IDAPRO and things like that. And they will come to our meetings and talk to our members occasionally so that to whet their appetite, because we are going to do that one day. So the Michigan Cyber Command Center vets the incident. If the affected victim wants help, there are a series of legally significant documents that go by. The person at the victim has to ask for help. We have to say, yes, we can provide help. If you are authorized to accept the help, reply in the affirmative. And if they do, then they've said they're the one to, because we need to have a throat to choke at the victim organization, as it were. So that's how we operate. I hope that I have given you a lot of information that will prompt questions, because I'm going to turn it over to Adrian in just a second. But the bottom line, this is like when COVID started, everything shut down. And we had been doing cyber defense for a long time, and we couldn't do that like we had done it. And so a lot of us were looking around for ways to learn about serving the public. We, in the executive branch of the state of Michigan, we all took a 10% pay cut temporarily. Well, it was going to be temporarily. It hasn't come back yet. But, I'm not working for the government to get rich. I went, like I said, I live in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There's a Pfizer plant there. We produce the vaccines. And when the trucks started rolling from the plant, it was, people in Kalamazoo, we were like in tears because it's our family. We can help save the world. So after a while, they started doing vaccine clinics, and the Kalamazoo Health Department called for volunteers. And there was a lot of other stuff going on, and I needed to do something. So I volunteered to help with giving people vaccines. And I ended up working, as you see, this is the front page of the incident response plan for 1 week of doing vaccine clinics. So I ended up working like a tenth of a year for the health department, but it was hugely valuable. It is very difficult for me to describe how it was valuable, but to go down there and stand for 3 or 4 hours with regular human beings who were coming in afraid they were going to die. I mean, this is defense, it's not cyber defense, but working with people who were really concerned about the pretty bottom line, it's an existential issue. So this is meeting people where they are. I got to meet a lot of regular people. I also got some contacts with the local emergency operations folks. Kalamazoo has an international airport. The FAA requires, as you might expect, people to test their incident response plan. And an airport, incident response is a mass casualty event. So during the course of this, I also participated with the FAA test of the Kalamazoo Battle Creek International Airport. There were like 50 of us. The people that got there early got to get makeup and crawl up on top of the school buses that they were using as the airplane fuselage. So this gave me, it was a lot of fun, certainly, but it gave me an in with another emergency operations group. We said, somebody said earlier that the reason people are not careful is because they don't think cyber is part of life, right? Well, cyber is part of life, and life is part of cyber. And I know that sounds stupid, right? But still, there is tons of overlap. We have to get people thinking about it like brushing their teeth, right? So getting involved in this way is a way to get your hands dirty, get your brain working. So you can find me on Twitter and LinkedIn. You go looking me up. I'm not the fashion photographer. That's Eric Ray Davidson. I've offered to do a job switch with him for a day, but he hasn't responded. You can write to me at davidsonr5@michigan.gov. That's our website. And if you are looking for something to do locally, your state doesn't have a program, and some states are a little slow. There are about a dozen states that are doing a program like this. But if you want to do something and there's not something in your state, you can do something globally. And Adrien Auger is going to parlay with you about it.
Hi everyone. Adrien here, or Agent, you can call me Agent, works too. I'm the CEO of the CyberPeace Institute, an NGO based out of Geneva in Switzerland. It's an honor for me to be here, so thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. Yeah. All right. Better? Yeah, okay, thanks. Sorry. Did you hear that though? Okay. All right. So I'm going to talk to you about a similar program that we've launched about 2 years ago that's operating globally. It's open to you, I guess, as well, called the CyberPeace Builders, program run by the CyberPeace Institute. Private sector is not really as active as it should be. Then you've got a lot of people that depend critically on these services. And actually, if you go outside in the streets, right here in Vegas, I took a walk yesterday night, there's a lot of people on the streets that depend critically on NGOs in developed economies as well. And that was attacked by cyber criminals, and we helped them investigate the incident. They lost over $1 million funding that was destined to Afghan farmers. So that is money that was not provided to a vulnerable community because some criminals thought it was a good idea to steal it. We're not able to retrieve the money. Maybe you've heard of the International Committee of the Red Cross that got hacked earlier this year, 500,000 refugees and other people at risk that were whose personal data was stolen and potentially monetized. And also just another attack that maybe you haven't heard of, actually right here in Philadelphia, ransomware. That led to, at the end of the day, $2 million being taken by the criminals. NGOs still mean high payout, right? When you can make out with over $1 million, it's for criminals, it's enough. I don't want to say it's enough money. I don't know what the finances are, or what their objectives are, but it's certainly comparable to some of the amount that they can steal from much more protected targets, in particular critical infrastructure organizations like CISA or ANSSI, where French cybersecurity agency where I used to work, other such organizations, right? NGOs do not enjoy any of the benefits of these organizations, and for criminals, they don't need to use complex 0 days, don't need to burn their 0 days on NGOs. They can use a password that leaked 10 years ago, which is what happened in some of the incidents that we've investigated. And the big problem is that most of the NGOs have started to operate their digital transformation only recently, in the last decade more or less, but they do not invest in cybersecurity, right? It takes cybersecurity professionals and presents them with very short-term engagement opportunities so they can go and help NGOs. So it's literally as simple as this. It's a job board where you as a cybersecurity professional can connect. You can see opportunities that we list, so we create opportunities on the left and see, all right, this NGO needs advice on 2FA, match you up with the NGO, and then you can deliver that help. So remote help, right? It's short term, unlike I guess what you guys did at MIC3, where it's a longer term engagement. Obviously, it falls outside the scope of incident risk pre and post incident stuff, right? Just briefly, we have over 70 NGOs right now that are in our network. Most of them operate in a humanitarian context, peace development, things like that. We have over 200 volunteer-led missions in the platform after a little bit more than a year of launch. But that's just where we are today. By the end of the year, I want us to get to about 100 NGOs, and by 2025 to 1,000 NGOs, so we can get closer to that 1 billion people that all of these NGOs support. Just a couple of highlights in terms of missions, maybe to make it more concrete for you guys. And I'm happy to show you the board after it's live, on the internet. So if you want to pass by, but just a couple of examples of what our volunteers did. So one volunteer, for instance, spent, well, we had, scoped it to 4 hours, ended up spending 16 hours. But not all jobs are like that. Most jobs are like 1 or 2 hours. But doing a code review for an app developed by a Mexican NGO to help pregnant women in impoverished villages, to tell them, if you have this symptom, that symptom, this is what it means, when they cannot consult doctors. So they were looking to secure that code before launching it. And so volunteers were able to do that. Volunteer scan of websites of FSD, which is a Fondation Suisse de Déminage Suisse Demining NGO. We had various 1-hour security assessments that basically help NGOs understand where they're at. So it gives them a 1-page report with a 3x3 matrix with red, orange and green, tends to be red. but is really visual and helps them convince their leadership that their cybersecurity is not at the right level, and they should invest, in those basically 9 pillars like authentication, disaster recovery, planning, things like that. We supported an NGO implementing PGP, another one, some of them come without requests, like we were not expecting that, but they came asking for insurance advice, which is good, in terms of maturity. Maybe not so great because maybe they're trying to just outsource all their risk, but still, they're asking themselves some interesting questions. This is an example as well to tell you that our volunteers are not all technical folks. So we have people that are, yes, forensic investigators, that are incident responders, that are, people working in red teams and stuff. But we also have people that have a background in law, a background in data protection, even a background in communication. Like we have people who help NGOs with their crisis comms sometimes, or maybe can even design a poster to raise awareness on two-factor authentication or such things. So it's not just technical advice. Yeah, we ran an awareness raising session in Arabic. So one of our volunteers that is actually, I don't know if he's here today, but he's coming at DevCon, working for LinkedIn, translated the presentation in Arabic and delivered that to an NGO. And voila, and that basically helped us to surface some of the most recurrent needs that NGOs have and templatize, I think you say in English, the jobs, the missions, so that other NGOs that start from the bottom and really don't even know what to do could have an idea in terms of, all right, maybe I can get a training for my staff. Maybe I could do a pen test. All right, what is it, a pen test? All right, let me do that with one of the volunteers, etc. So it helps them, advance in their journey. And our hopes is to standardize that all the way up to trying to bring them to ISO 27001 and other, NIST frameworks, for instance, in the US, or the frameworks in other parts of the world, to help them have a more structured approach. Just in terms of setting up that volunteer initiative, a couple of the the benefits and the incentives. I think Ray talked a little bit about that, so let me do the same for the builders. What we try and do is foster human-centric approach. You talked about the importance of feelings, and I talk about the importance of face-to-face. Of seeing people, and through the Cyberspace builders, you actually get to put a smile on people's faces. No one helps these NGOs, so they're really happy when somebody comes and takes the time. And so it's really that human connection, right? Seeing who you're helping. Having the ability for them to speak to someone rather than read a guideline or download a document or go to a conference but not engage directly, right? Having that personalized approach. It's flexible for the NGOs as well, because they can come up with whatever needs they have. They can really ask us anything they want. Of course, if it's incident response, we would say it's out of scope. If it takes 100 hours, we'd tell them we cannot do that. But it's still flexible. They can ask what they want. Gives them access to industry-grade expertise, right? All of our volunteers have jobs, right? So they come with that experience. Big incentive, right? Free, of course. And back to some of the points you mentioned, Ray, it's also the community approach. It allows cybersecurity staff or InfoSec staff in NGOs to know each other and to start helping each other and building a sense of a cybersecurity community within that humanitarian sector. And I dropped some of the comments that folks have left in the surveys we do after every engagement. In terms of volunteer incentives, so for people like you who may want to join such a thing, of course it's a purpose-driven activity. So it's something that sometimes you don't get to do in your day job, and I think that most, and I hope all of us in the cybersecurity industry have this kind of innate sense of helping, of protecting. And sometimes cybersecurity jobs can stray a little bit away from that initial mission. And so volunteering, whether it's with Michigan, with your state at the international level, or through other initiatives, right? We're not the only one. Kind of appeals to that sense of purpose that many of us have. It's beneficiary facing, so you actually get to see the impact of what you do, what you provide in terms of advice. It's flexible as well, right? It adapts to your schedule. You don't have to do things when you cannot. Gives you mentoring opportunities or shadowing opportunities, because you can partner up with other volunteers and learn from them, learn their techniques. It's a good way as well to upskill, right? We provide a training, actually. I think you have it here on the right, where we give you some of the skills that you may need to enter into that kind of humanitarian context. So what is international, humanitarian action and humanitarian law? What is, give you a sense of victimology and trauma communication, a bit of diversity and inclusion in cybersecurity. So it's a course that we made specifically for cybersecurity professionals, but to introduce or develop some of the soft skills they may need for that volunteering opportunity, basically. And yeah, it's a good way to train as well, train more junior staff, which is something that companies in general are interested in. We work a lot with companies, so we try and do outreach directly at companies so that we can get access to volunteers from their cybersecurity workforce, which helps with recruiting rather than going one by one. We do both, but it helps. For companies, so in terms of incentives, it's obviously corporate social responsibility, the pledge 1%, and other such movements, stakeholderism, etc. It helps with talent retention. Back to the point I was making earlier on purpose, right? It helps because it helps align the values of the companies with that of the employees. It helps train the junior staff, right, through shadowing opportunities. It helps with soft skills developments, as I mentioned. Obviously, there's a visibility component associating the company's brand and name with that of the CyberPeace Institute. And because we do run on donations, so if companies are willing to help, there's also, of course, fiscal advantages. Just a small thing that Ray didn't talk about, but maybe it's something that come up in the questions. It costs to run these initiatives. I have a full team that's behind me, and there's actually a bigger institute. So we're 30 people out of Geneva, working on 3 different pillars. This is one of our 3 pillars, right? Providing assistance. We then analyze all of the information that we gather so that we are able to influence these issues, go back to decision makers at United Nations level in the different capitals around the world and tell them, look, this is how people are suffering online. This is what we need to change, right? But this is to say that there's a cost to running all this, and it's not that simple. I think there's more information online about what it costs for other states, but it's roughly between $500,000 and $1 million US, I think, a year to run these initiatives. Yeah, so very briefly, if anyone is interested, come and talk to me. Just to tell you that if you would want to do something like this and you'd want to do it during your working hours, you're going to talk with your employer. So we actually have an agreement with employers. We do struggle with legal counsels, but we have been able to get some to join. And so once we get a corporate agreement signed, it's much easier for us to be able to get employees. And then what we're finding out is that it takes time to go through legal counsel. So we're also opening a route to for volunteers who want to join without necessarily having we're leveraging background, went through such a background. Some questions? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
You can do SANS training. Negotiation has a budget of way definite numbers, but that's...
For Michigan, assessing skills, are you in any way determining engagements where you help people
perceived that there was a need, they prioritized the response part. As we started doing response, we obviously a program called CISO as a Service, which is a community of a lot of the people that work for the state and do cyber, and it's similar to the MIC3, only onto the proactive component. And yes, we are doing that.
1 hour from now, it's moving upstairs to the higher ground track. But one of the open-ended questions is, as the cavalry expands and evolves its mission, should we go down, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel, so in some cases we might want to partner experimentation with variants to compare sizes left a boom, because to quote the late great Dan Kaminsky, of the many things that hackers smash, a crisis than a real one. But we don't want to reinvent the wheel, and we'd love to hear what would be the best complement.
You told me the answer to that when we were walking in, and I just don't...
That can be found and must be found. Picking up and interest from people. Everyone was. I know that are popping up in different parts of the world as well, and I do. With BSides here, but there's also right. If you work with SLTTs, I don't think that you can get NGOs there, right? So there will be differences, and we're able to make connections that make sense. It's like this it's global and local at the same time. So.